Ready to go?
Bring it.
Okay. Hello, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the March 18th board meeting of the Talbot County Board of Education. I'm going to go ahead and read the closing statement. On March 18th, 2026, the regular board meeting of the Talbot County Public Schools will open at 5:30 p.m. for the purposes of declaring a quorum and will move then to closed session as permitted by the Maryland Open Meetings Act, Section 3-305B, Provisions 1, 7, 8, and 9 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, and Section 3-103 of the General Provisions Articles of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons. Citation 3-305B, Provision 1, regarding personnel reporting, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. Citation 3-305B, Provisions 7 and 8 regarding legal matters. 7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on the following legal matters, and 8, to consult with staff consultants or other individuals about pending or potential litigation, which includes the following: a social media lawsuit regarding litigation on behalf of school districts against Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, and YouTube, a lawsuit regarding an alleged injury to a student, an OCR case regarding special education services, a student case regarding the alleged failure of TCPS to provide a free, appropriate public education, a student case involving school/residential placement, allegations regarding the Child Victims Act. Citation 3-305B, Provision 9, to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to negotiations. So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. We'll be back at 7 o'clock.
Thank you.
Have a great time.
Tell us anything about the statement.
So we got a new book.
Okay, everybody, we are all ready. Thank you so much for waiting. We had some strange technology issues, and this time it wasn't entirely my fault, but the whole board, so we appreciate your patience. If everybody could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to start, that would be great.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
I make a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. There are a bunch of meetings that were held in February. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. So would somebody like to make a motion to approve all of the minutes, or do you want to do it individually? Go for it.
I make the motion to approve the 5 scheduled meeting minutes from February. Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you so much. We are moving right along to recognition of the public, starting with Dr. Pepukai.
So good evening to the board, to the public that's here with us this evening. We are proud to congratulate one of our TCPS staff members, Mrs. Lindsay Matthews from Easton Middle School. She's a social studies teacher. I'm going to read to you why she's being honored this evening. She is the Maryland History Day Teacher of the Year, program of Maryland Humanities, which signifies a teacher's exceptional ability to engage students in in-depth historical research using creative methods and primary sources to foster critical thinking, which is actually one of our qualities of a portrait of a graduate. Key aspects of this Maryland History Day teacher include mentorship and recognition and advancement. So the certificate reads, congratulations on being named the Maryland History Day Teacher of the Year for 2025. Your dedication to excellence in history education will make a lasting impact on the students of Talbot County Public Schools and on our community. And I have to say, just being out about in the district, I have heard your name in so many positive aspects, doing so many things in our district, and I just want to personally thank you for all of your efforts. Congratulations. And so we'll take your picture.
Okay, moving along to public comment. We do have one person signed up to speak tonight, so if there's anybody else in the audience who would like to speak, you can get yourself ready as we move on to our first speaker. Mr. Gorman, are you here? All right. We do have a speaker, yes. Yes, okay. Just making sure before I read this big long thing that you were in the audience. So you can head up to the podium and I'm gonna explain all of the rules about public comment. So it's long, bear with me. In order to maintain an orderly presentation of comments by the public, the following guidelines will apply. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or less and are to be directed to board members from the podium. When the allotted time expires, the speaker will be permitted to complete their sentence and then return to the audience. If unable to complete comments in the allotted time, individuals are asked to submit remarks to the board in writing. Signs or posters may not be displayed at board meetings. Handouts may be left for board members at the podium. Public statements made at a board meeting should relate to agenda items for the current meeting, a recent or future meeting, or a matter of general policy over which the board has authority. Personnel matters, matters relating to individual students, pending appeals, the actions or statements of individual staff members, or items related to employee negotiations are not appropriate topics for citizen participation. Board members will not answer questions during citizen participation. Questions should be submitted in writing to the board. Responses will be provided in a timely manner. The board and/or superintendent reserves the right to correct misinformation presented during citizen participation. The board reserves the right to limit the number of speakers on a particular topic so that multiple topics may be addressed. The audience is asked to be respectful of public speakers and board members. Failure to comply may necessitate removal from the public meeting. Thank you for respecting these guidelines. Okay, if you could please state your name, you're going to have 3 minutes. Mrs. Dodson's going to set a timer for you. It probably will be loud, but if for some reason you don't hear, I will just give you a heads up that your time has expired. And you can start any minute.
All right, thank you. I'm Peter Gorman. I live in McDaniel. My son's a first grader at St. Michael's Elementary. What drove me here today was a coffee and curriculum meeting that we recently had. I learned of that meeting through a text message less than 24 hours before, and only 8 kids were represented in the school in that meeting. It's the first time I had heard of any of the curriculum that's being taught, especially to start with the English was the science of reading. They said the studies are great, the studies say it's great. Well, I did some study of my own. Out of the top 10 most proficient readers by state in the country, 6 out of the 10 don't do science of reading. 3 out of the top 5 don't do any science of reading. Science reading is based off Mississippi, who was 49th in the country in overall federal scores last year. And on the MAEP, they were ranked 41st. So I don't know why we're aiming to do the middle of the road education. Science of reading is a misnomer and oversimplified slogan, portrayed as settled science, but there's no single academic discipline called science of reading. It's more of a science of reading instruction than comprehensive reading science and should be portrayed to all of the parents as such. The popular version focuses narrowly on decoding, phonics, and reading instruction, which isn't happening right now in first grade. I was told that they are getting 50-50 alphabet and comprehension at the same time from the start of the year. So they're being told to read and comprehend things they haven't been taught. Part of the reason why I'm here today. To fix it, they should focus on building alphabetical foundation and mastering the alphabet, letter combinations, and syllables before starting any comprehension. I'm not saying skip it entirely in first grade, but start with mastery of the alphabet first. Homework that strengthens and reinforces instruction that is learned every day. We do not get individual homework. We get homework for a week, that's a packet. We could do the whole packet on Monday, and he's not learning things in that packet until Thursday. Every single night, they should have reinforcement learning through their homework. The next was the math. I did a little research on the math too. We use Eureka Math. Started in Maryland 2013, we've implemented since 2017. The math is too fast-paced and broad, overly complex using confusing strategies and too many methods. It lacks differentiation and support for diverse learners. Teachers to the average often leaving behind students who are struggling or behind or speak other languages while also holding back the more advanced students. I have seen word problems to children who can't read, yet they are asked to answer them. They're not straightforward word problems. For example, I've had multiple parents, this exact question was brought up. Sally has 8 oranges and 6 apples. How many does she have altogether? Simple question, right? Right after that, it says, solve it with a substitution problem. How does that make any sense? It's supposed to lead into basic concepts for math.
Mr. Gorman, your time is up, but I can see you have a lot more statement. If you could please email the rest of the board so that we can hear the rest of what you have to say today, that would be fantastic. And the superintendent can respond as appropriate. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate it.
I left 7 copies of my email for all 7 board members. Feel free to contact me anytime you'd like.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Is there anybody else in the audience this evening who would like to make a public comment? Okay. You heard all of the rules before, and Mrs. Dodson's going to set a timer, which I don't know if you guys can hear that from over there. You have 3 minutes, and again, if you don't finish everything that you have to say, you can feel free to email all of us when you are done, and you can go ahead and start. Can we close the laptop? We can't see her face, or put it down a little bit. Is that okay? Is that better? Okay. Okay. And if before you speak, you could just tell us your name so we know who you are, that would be great. Thank you.
My name is Isla Henderson, and I go to St. Michael's Elementary School. Good evening, board members. Thank you for giving me this time. I'm a Tolbert 4-H member of the Saddle and Paws Club. I love 4-H. One of my favorite things about 4-H is doing my chicken projects. I like to hatch eggs. I like the science of it. I enjoy watching the embryo of the egg. First you see the air bubble, then you can see the veins and a heartbeat. As the chicken grows, you can see less and less of the egg. Sometimes you can hear them peeping. Then they hatch. I think my 4th grade class, my science class, would love to do this project. All the 4th graders, my friend Lucas and I spoke to, at least 28, were in favor of this project. My teacher, Miss Butler, was excited about this. I think this would benefit my grade by learning the stages of the egg. There is math to this. A countdown to hatch, the date, percentage of the eggs hatched. We could take notes on the egg, which is reading. I learn more from the hands-on activities. That is why I want to be able to incubate eggs in my class. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. It's very brave of you to come out and speak, and we really appreciate it. So thank you so much. And our superintendent, Dr. Pepukai, will follow up with you if appropriate. And it sounds like your teacher is Mrs. Butler. Dr. Pepukai, did you make note of that? Okay. Thank you very much for being here. Excellent.
Are we invited to see your project?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Anybody else in the audience, would you like to make a public comment this evening? Okay, we're going to move on to our student board member reports, starting with Elmer. Are you up first? Yes.
Good evening, everyone. This is this month on Easton High School. To start off on our sports category, we have a special shout out to Serenity Velves for being named the North Bayside Player of the Year. This is a fantastic accomplishment, and she was the standout amongst all the teams in the North Bayside, so that is a great honor to have in our school. Additionally, we have the track and field that have posted their schedule. A lot of teams have resorted to having Instagram pages to post their schedule, so the track and field Instagram is now also live, so you can now check out their schedules and their meets. Additionally, we have winter sports concluding, but we have spring sports now to begin. I picked up lacrosse this year, so you can check out our home opener versus Parkside this Friday at 5:30. In the clubs, we have NHS meeting held a meeting this past month with a member of the Mid-Shore Council on the Family Violence. Her name is Miss Chelsea, and she gave us a rundown on the organization, and we will be allocating our funds to help them donate for our fundraiser, for our talent show, which is, again, April 16th, so please mark your calendars. Additionally to that, an honor society also held their induction ceremonies, and we have more ceremonies, induction ceremonies coming up up soon. For activities, we had Tractor Day, which is a cool opportunity for students to share their interests with the rest of the school. I believe it is done by the FFA, so it's just a really fun opportunity, really fun to go outside, see tractors, farm equipment, even some animals. I'm not sure if you can see the picture. There's 2 pigs in that. I'm not talking about them. Those are my good friends. Those are my good friends. But in the back, we have 2 pigs right there, and then we also had a quail, which was pretty cool to see. So yeah. More activities. We have a prom theme has been selected. So it is a night in Rio, May 9th. So for Easton High School, seniors, juniors, as well as any more people that will be showing up, we have a cool theme that is finally selected upon. We had 3 additionally to choose from, so it's nice to see the one I voted for won. So that's pretty cool. Additionally, we have a congrats to Miss Deanna Cherry, who is a Teacher of the Year finalist. So that is a really cool honor and opportunity. I've never had her as a teacher, but she is really nice. Every time I see her in the hall, she says hi to me. So it's really nice, and I'm really happy to see that. Additionally, we had Caroline Fink, who was named for a Carson Scholar. And the Carson Scholar program, it recognizes students anywhere from grades 4 to 11, and basically just recognizing their academic excellence and commitment to serving their communities. And they are also awarded a $1,000 college scholarship. So big congrats to Caroline Fink. Additionally, we have the Wizard of Oz play done by the EHS and EMS Theater. I went to go see it on opening night. I was blown away. I've never seen The Wizard of Oz, so it was cool to see that too. But also the production was just, I was impressed. I guess I was just blown away by it, no pun intended. And stay tuned for next month, so thank you. Go Warriors.
Thank you, Elmer. Tyler, you're up next.
Hello, board members and members of the community. This is St. Michael's March 2026 update by Tyler Murphy. First, the inside scoop. We're going to be going into school events, sports, the fine arts, and finishing off with academics. First, with school events, the National Honor Society had its annual clothing swap. This allows students with an opportunity to go pick out clothes that they like, and also drop off clothes that they no longer use. I got a cool shirt with a beaver on it, so I'm going to be wearing that. And then school events, congratulations to the newest members of our National Honor Society who were tapped just last week. We're having the ceremony next week, along with the National Technical Honor Society and National Spanish Honor Society. And then I thought this was cool. We had some middle schoolers participate in the Chesapeake College History Day. So that's them with their poster behind them. With sports, spring sports have kicked off with baseball, softball, and tennis starting off their seasons this week on Friday. And the wrestling team had a very strong season with many players making it to states, including juniors Willie Cole, Jacob Jenkins, and Andrew Sanchez, along with sophomore Manny Coleman, all making it to states. And then the fine arts, the St. Michael's Band and Choir are preparing for the spring concert, which is just a few weeks away. And then the middle and high school production of Descendants was a success. You can see me in the back somewhere. I'm the King Beast. That was a fun play, and it was cool to see it come together in the end. And then academics, we're still working on scholarships, chugging away, trying to get them all in before the deadlines, and then for the awards event that's held in May. And then the acceptance wall is still growing with a couple more colleges still to come out. And that is all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well done, guys. Round of applause for both of them, yeah? Okay, moving on, we have board committee reports. Does anybody have a committee report this month?
So the conference committee is meeting with MABE, so we are planning our conference in October and more details to follow.
Anybody else have a MABE committee report? Those are now too. No, all quiet? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Whelan Cherry. We're going to move on to new business, starting with an overnight field trip request presented to us by Dr. Einhorn, which comes with some field trip, yes, policies.
Good evening, President Jackson and members of the board. In your board documents, you have details regarding a request for an overnight field trip experience for our NJROTC. The request is for 5 students to participate in an aerial drone competition at Georgia Tech. This opportunity is directly aligned to the FAA drone pilot's license, which is the industry-recognized credential for the NJROTC program. At most, students would miss 2 days of school for the trip, 1 for travel and the second day for the first day of competition. There would be no cost to our students for this experience, as there is funding from the Navy, some of our local veterans organizations, and also the fundraising activities that the NJROTC does. The request also includes evidence of adequate chaperones for the trip, with both OS1 Gardner and CDR Jackson supervising the students, as well as multiple parents who plan to accompany their students on the trip. There are 2 possible transportation modes outlined in the request. We are anticipating that it's most likely that the air transport would be the one selected because it's most cost efficient as opposed to the charter bus. The field trip policy 9.21 AR requires that any overnight trips have board approval. This evening, I'm seeking your approval for the NJROTC aerial drone competition trip submitted by OS1 Gardner.
Before I make a motion to approve, I'm just curious, when was the last time anybody in the district went on an overnight trip? I can't remember having this discussion at all, ever.
So this policy was updated recently to include a procedure for overnight trips. We have had some in the past. My last recollection was prior to COVID. Thank you, 2018. And it was an NJROTC trip.
This trip aside, field trips in general, I've had it brought to my attention a few times now about a St. Michael's Elementary request for the Maryland Science Center. I mean, we could speak about that after this vote, but I'm curious where that one stands too.
And they are going on the trip. So all field trips, we have a process again outlined in the policy, but each year at the beginning of the year and then updated mid-year, schools submit their field trip requests. We want to look for curricular alignment, making sure that it's not cost prohibitive for our families, that it's safe for our students. So there is an approval process, but that's done closely in conjunction with the school.
I am in favor of the field trip, and I'll make a motion as such in a minute, but I would like to revisit our field trip, not necessarily the policy, but maybe the AR accompanying it, and I know you have it on the board today. I don't know if my fellow board members have heard just some sort of stumbling blocks that we have encountered with field trips over the years, some just reports of barriers and things that are causing problems with our schools. And so if we could look again at what the language says, maybe ask our schools what would be more amenable to them, what would make going on field trips easier, what would make the process easier, maybe just expanding our academic opportunities for our students, that would be great. So if we could push the field trip policy and AR maybe to the policy committee to get some input from our schools, that would be fantastic. So that said, I would make a motion to approve the overnight field trip to Georgia Tech by the drone team. Is that?
NJROTC.
NJROTC,
Yes.
thank you.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Just alongside the field trip conversation, if we could just keep a tracker of the field trip requests that we're getting for overnight, and if they were approved or denied, and if they're denied, a reason why, so that way we can make sure that when we are voting on these types of things, that it's standardized.
So if I may just clarify, you're asking just for a tracker of overnight field trip requests?
Yes, I
Not
believe
all-
those are the
not
only
all
ones that
field
come
trips.
to us, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Did anybody else have questions for Dr. Einhorn before we make her come back to the podium again?
Keep trying to leave.
Okay, I think we're good. Yes? Okay, for real, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the EMS roof replacement bid results with Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, President Jackson. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Papakai. So yes, we have received the bid results and the proposal to complete the Easton Middle School roof replacement project. We received 4 bids from 4 contractors, relatively consistent except for the one. And of course, we are looking to move forward with the lowest bid for the base bid for the SPECT project via the Omnia Partners Master Intergovernmental Cooperative Purchasing Agreement, contract number, as you can see there, PW 1925, which is the vehicle that we use to procure the project for the price that is referenced. So I am asking that the board consider approving the proposal as submitted this evening, and I can certainly answer any questions that the board may have.
Mr. Schaefer, I know that this is part of our capital projects in the current budget. And I also know for a fact, firsthand student account, that that roof is currently leaking. And it had some pretty significant leaks during the last snowstorm, the big snowstorm in January. What is the timeline on this? How soon could they, once the county council approves the project, how soon could we get this rolling so we avoid any further leaks?
Yeah, it's scheduled for this summer, assuming that all funding gets approved, as you referenced.
What's the life expectancy for this roof?
It's a 30-year warranted roof, so.
I make a motion we approve the proposal number 25MD260233 from Omnia Partners for a roof replacement at Easton Middle School with a total project cost of $3,698,490.
A second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you.
But stay there, because you are going to talk to us about a new and updated policy, 5.3, emergency preparedness.
Yes, I didn't think I was next on the agenda. That's good. There are actually 3 policies that we consolidated into one. One was 5.3 disaster plan, 5.4 fire drills, and 5.7 emergency preparedness, consolidated all into one. They were just small policies, no ARs. And you can see the changes that we made to 5.3, and that just lays out a framework for the AR. The AR goes through what we're requiring, Talbot County Public Schools is required to do in order to be prepared for obviously emergency preparedness and crisis planning. I don't know how much detail you want me to go through with that, but it aligns with state requirements. It does reference the I Love You Guys standard response protocol, which is recommended by the Maryland Center for School Safety. Most school systems are going to that. And we tried to include all various angles in the AR that would allow for us to meet all of those associated requirements at COMAR. I guess the biggest thing that that kind of comes out of this is just aligning with the current requirements through Maryland Center for School Safety that requires us to have a Talbot County Public Schools county plan, and then each of the schools have a crisis plan, and that is all kind of laid out in there. But there are some stipulations and some requirements on drills that we have to perform, and there's some sensitivity surrounding like active assailant drills that we have to perform, because they can be, they can be stressful for participants, and so we just wanted to make sure that we included all of that language in there to make sure that we were, giving good directions to the schools on how they run those. So if there's any questions, I can try and answer them. But I think we covered all the bases that were in the previous policies plus the new requirements. And this is just first reader, so obviously you'll see it again next month.
Questions for Mr. Schaefer? Everybody want to take a
This
minute?
is just really for, I think, the policy committee. I was just concerned about operational drift here with the policy itself. When you say modeled by principals at each school rather than implemented, that's just how I was reading it.
In the policy itself. Oh, I see, yeah.
Roman numeral 1, third line, preparedness plan to be modeled by principals at each school. So when I'm reading the policy, I'm not sure that that's actually clear operationally, rather than just saying implemented.
So the goal of that is that we have to develop the countywide emergency plan, and then the principals would model after that plan. That's, and you're right, I mean, it's a little bit, the wording's a little bit, but it does say what we're intending, that we're wanting the principals to follow the lead of the county process, I guess.
That's fine. If that's the case, can I just ask the policy committee to just make sure that that's a little bit more clear?
Sure.
Anybody else? Questions for Mr. Schaefer? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Wilson with our technology RFPs and bid proposals.
Good evening, President Jackson, members of the board, Dr. Pepakai. This time of year, we come before you with infrastructure bids that we've put out for work that's going to be done this summer. It also complies with all the E-rate guidelines that we need to follow. So we've put out three bids for infrastructure, the first being the data switches for multiple buildings for the Education Center, St. Michael's Middle High, St. Michael's Elementary School, and Easton High School. So, So the lowest bid came in from CDWG, and we've seen this in the past, for $275,950. And we found that to be a satisfactory bid and met our specifications, and we're recommending that as the bidder for this. The price did come in underneath the budget request that we made, so we'll make adjustments accordingly.
How often do we replace the switches at each of the buildings?
5 years. So we bundle it with a 5-year service contract, and and that also expires after the 5 years. So.
Is the service contract also included in that price?
Yes, it is.
Have any questions for Mr. Wilson? You do need a vote on this.
Yes, please.
Yes.
So can you explain more what these data switches do?
Okay, so data switches move your data, throughout the network. So from your device, from your iPad, it would go to this access point here, and the access point is connected to the switch. And the switch moves the data. The switch also provides power to the access point. We also use them for surveillance cameras. We also use them for phones and any desktop devices, printers throughout the building, and including our door access units and so forth. So it's an essential part of the
So
of the network.
it's not for not for student laptop, or is that all included in it? The way the info.
It's the part you don't see. It's just like in your own home, you probably have a wireless access unit somewhere in your house. Because it's a single device, it may not be on a switch, but it's probably connected to the router from your cable service or from Infinity or from whoever your service provider is. So, yes.
I make a motion that we accept the CDWG bid.
A second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Stay where you are because you've got more to present.
Okay, so the next bid for the same buildings is our wireless access points. Like I pointed to the little square box up there by the projector. They're located in every room, in hallways, offices, and so forth. So those are the devices that receive and connect, that our laptops and other devices connect to, and iPads connect to. So that's an essential part of the network, also on a 5-year service plan. These also came in under bid, so under budget, under what we had budgeted. So this is what we're recommending again, CDWG at $331,588.68.
Just curious, they couldn't give us a package deal since we're using them for the data point? Is that the package deal?
This is the package deal, yeah. They get they get help from their respective vendors, so it's not coming under one manufacturer, okay? It's coming.
Do they also install the equipment?
We do the installation, or we hire a contractor to help us with the installation. It's much less expensive for us to hire somebody locally and do the work ourselves as opposed to bringing in a third party.
It's maybe a wild suggestion, but have you ever thought about using students involved in our technology programs to do any kind of technology installation?
No. Yeah. Okay, now you want to know why.
Could we look into, yes, I do want to know why.
Well, this is going to require people getting up on ladders. This is going to be, it's kind of a dangerous situation. You know, we oftentimes have to patch cables, we have to repair cables, we have to add additional runs. So it's not a process that would we would recommend for students to.
I ask because I think that students are working with smaller technology providers and doing similar work, maybe not in, these kinds of ceilings and on those kinds of ladders, but as we explore more career opportunities for our students, I've been bringing this up to Dr. P, here and there, that there are opportunities, I think, for students to get hands-on experience here in Talbot County Public Schools. We do a lot of really interesting things that they're learning about every day. So maybe not this particular thing, but maybe I could plant the seed to think about working with some technology interns from our own school system in the future.
Well, it has been discussed before, and one of the issues that we have is that in order to work with most all the equipment here requires the use of the knowledge of passwords. So these are things that we have to keep secure. So that's why we don't invite students to participate and shadow our help desk staff or our networking staff and so forth. So that's kind of the barrier that we face.
They can get hired after the fact.
Mr. Wilson needs a vote on this, correct? Yes.
I make a motion that we approve the CDWG bid.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have an RFP for additional E-rate for ISP. So we currently have Sailor, and we're going to continue to use Sailor as our primary provider of internet services, and we've been getting those services for free for the last 20, 25 years or so. But they're not always able to keep up with the amount of our bandwidth requirements, and we also like some redundancy, especially since we put new phones in place that are all running over the network and are no longer connected to Verizon, which was itself a separate network. So we're asking for, and this was also in the budget, and it came in under what we'd requested. This is a 5-year contract for $188,050. With the first year, it goes up incrementally each year, but our first year cost is going to be about $29,000. So.
Have is it Easton Utilities giving us any sort of a education discount in this?
Well, we asked them to give us their best price because this was a bid and competitive situation. Unfortunately, we didn't have any other bidders bid on the project. They are also they're also the organization that provides us the fiber that we use, and we lease the fiber from them. So it would be a very smooth transition, and also they'll look after the maintenance on all of this and do the installation.
And they are also very supportive of our schools.
Oh,
in
very
other
much so.
ways.
Oh, yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the RFP 26-1212 additional E-rate ISP for Eastern Utilities.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay.
Okay. Our next. So this is not related to E-rate, but this is the device buyback. We usually have one RFP per year where we have all equipment that we've identified as being surplus, and we have we put it out to bid. We give an itemized list and we publish it on the state bid board, as well as we have a list of about 70 vendors who have interest in this product. So we received 24 responses to our bid. I'll just flip back and forth here, but so and I want to say we had over 1,200 devices, and this Magnacom out of Van Nuys, California, came in with the highest bid of $135,321. So we are recommending that we let them go forward come and procure our equipment, and they'll come out and package it up and ship it back to California.
This is all the old switches in addition to all the old student devices?
These are mostly student and staff devices. They're a combination of iPads, they're laptops, they are some Windows machines. So that's
Have you taken into account in this these students that are graduating seniors that will possibly be purchasing their laptop at the end of the year?
Well, those would be, if we go ahead and approve that policy, which is coming up next, those will be deducted from, obviously, we won't be, putting those in our next buyback bid. So, yeah, those would certainly be pulled out and sold to the individuals. So I am requesting your vote on this bid.
I make a motion that we approve RFP 26-0206, which is the device buyback of surplus equipment, and award the contract to Magnacom LLC in the amount of $135,231.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Oh, all right.
Okay, so next up, we're talking about the new policy, which was the technology buyback program, correct?
That's correct. So based on our early discussion about selling the laptops to students and how we dispense equipment in general, we have been following not necessarily a policy, but we've had procedures that we've used for dispensing with equipment. It became necessary to think about putting together a formal policy and the ARs, because it's not only about selling off equipment that is surplus or salvage, but now we're thinking about selling to students, and we have been for the last 20 years selling devices to retired teachers. So that was a request made by Dr. Salmon 20 years ago, and we have followed that. And again, all this should be documented, and most counties in Maryland and the state of Maryland have some form of policy for dispensing equipment or dispersing equipment that's no longer needed. So this has gone before the cabinet, Dr. Pepakay, the policy board, and they've all started looking at this. So I'm not sure. Do you have any questions on?
I had one question, and it was in the wording in the AR about who can pick up the laptop once they purchased it. It says it needs to be picked up by a parent or guardian, or somebody who's over 18, which...
Correct, because we're going to ask them to sign a bill of sale, and you need to be over 18 years of age in order for that to be considered a legal transaction.
Sure, I'm just wondering, and I would pass this to our students to comment further, but I feel like for my own household, the easiest thing to do would be to have my student to just pick up the laptop, rather than requiring a parent to come out in the middle of the day and pick. When we give laptops to students when they're using it throughout the years.
Well, the other concern we have is we want to make sure that whoever picks up the laptop, we're going to display it and show that it's working. Okay, sometimes we hand out laptops and people take them home and then claim that we broke the screen or something's not working. So we want to be able to make sure that whoever picks up the laptop understands that it's operational and working, because the sale is going to be final after that.
I still say if a parent could sign off to have the student just physically pick it up, it would alleviate some problems for some people who have a hard time getting into the school. I assume it'll only be available during the school day. So that would be my feedback.
We just want to make sure we have somebody sign the bill of sale saying that it was a transaction and, okay.
Sure, that's just not what that says. It says that needs to be physically picked up by an adult.
Okay.
So that would be my feedback, again.
All right.
Anybody else, any comments or questions about this policy?
Have you come up with a price of what the laptops will be?
About $300.
I'm wondering, our student board members, have you had any feedback on this being available to outgoing seniors?
I haven't heard anything about it like within the school. The only time that I've heard about it is here. So maybe making it more available so that students know that it's a thing that they could potentially have.
I'm in the same boat, but I have told a couple of my friends like the possibility of it, and they are in complete agreement with it. So I think it is a good idea, and we should definitely follow through with it. I side with President Jackson on this. I feel like when I go to pick up my laptop like I did earlier this school year, it was much easier because my mom and my father were working, and they couldn't come meet me throughout the school day. So I think if you could somehow like circumvent that with like having the parents sign off on it like separately, or saying that like we can't say it was not operational when it really was. I think maybe that could help circumvent it. But I think aside from that, I think all I've heard is a good thing. So
Is it possible to have after-school hours for pickup?
Sure.
You might need to accommodate that somehow.
I mean, we've run into contracted hours and problems. I don't want to create any more of a barrier. The point is to give students access to technology that they wouldn't necessarily have otherwise in an affordable way, giving something back to our graduating seniors. I just don't want to create more problems to get it. That's kind of all I'm saying. This will come back to us next month for second reader, at which time we will vote on it. Will that be enough time to implement this for this graduating senior class?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
Could it be as easy as just like the same thing as a permission slip is sent home and a parent can sign it? Same thing with the bill of sale?
We want to make sure that you witness that it's working. That's all we want you to, that's important. Also, and just in case, the other reason we want a bill of sale, that you have a copy, we have a copy, in case you take it into an Apple repair, a certified repair shop, and they still see it being registered to us, we'll keep a records of that, who we sold it to and who owns it, because sometimes they might say, oh, this still belongs to Talbot County Public Schools. They should release it, but anything can happen where they still might think that we are still the owners. So there's some protections in there just to protect the equipment from, in case it is stolen. But in our case, we're going to release it. We're going to release all of them and have Apple release it as well. But sometimes things happen. But we want to make sure you have proof, and we have proof, everybody's, that the equipment belongs to you now.
just a quick question. So you said if you are over the age of 18, you could sign off on the bill of sale?
Well, you're illegally, yeah. You
Okay.
can't sign a contract if you're under, it doesn't hold up if you're under 18 years of age.
Okay.
So I'm hearing two things that you want. You want someone over 18 to sign off on it, and you also want acknowledgement that that it was in working order. So could you put both of those, and you want 2 copies? Could you put 2 copies that you could send home and also have that contain an acknowledgement that it is in
absolutely.
operational condition?
Yeah, we're going to take the wording right from the policy, or right from the ARs, and include it in the document that goes home.
Right, but that they could take home, and then that way the parent wouldn't
Sure.
have to come in and physically pick it up.
That'd be fine.
Okay, any more questions for Mr. Wilson about policy in AR 4.19 at this time? It's in first reader, so we'll see it again next month in second reader. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Wilson. Okay, next on the agenda, we're moving on to unfinished business, which is our work session topic from Monday. Thank you all for your flexibility around this and being available tonight instead of Monday, and for sticking it out. We know that it's a long night, so thank you for being here. This is the grading committee recommendation, so you have a lot of information to share with us this evening. Take it away, Mrs. Warner.
Good evening, President Jackson, Dr. Pepikai, members of the board. And I apologize now if we have to kind of move in and out because we had this plan that we would be in work session. So we'll try to make this as seamless as possible as we take turns sharing parts of this presentation. I'm pleased to join you with the members of, or some of the members of TCPS Grading Committee to present the work of the committee and the recommended policy revisions to 9.25. So first, before we get into the process and our recommendations, we wanted to explain how we got here and why we are here. We want to ground this in why it was necessary. So first, our grading policy has not been revised since 2016. And since that time, a lot has changed in education, both across the nation and in Maryland, specifically Maryland's Blueprint for Our Future. We've had new courses and pathways that have been updated. There have been new policy and COMAR changes to our end of course assessments and how they are graded in high school, as well as updated research and recommended best practices for grading. You also saw this last month from some of our committee members who shared their updated progress of where we've been so far this year. So I just wanted to remind the board of where we're at. We are currently at the end of phase 3. I want to emphasize that the process has been intentionally done and phased in, and it's also been collaborative. The goal has been to balance research, data, and stakeholder feedback. And you can see here that it has also been before other committees, such as the Equity and Policy Committee, as well as the Teaching and Learning Department. And we are very excited to present what has come together from many stakeholders today. We started this process first with our policy. Before getting into the AR. And I will say that the AR is very complex because it ties into sometimes other policies. So we felt it was best to first work on the policy itself. We spent our first meetings really just diving into what our policy says and what we believe our policy should say. This is based off of what is in our strategic plan, as well as our vision and our mission. And ultimately, we wanted to use the policy as our North Star for the AR and for the models. Our intention with this is to revise the AR based off of feedback that we have received from parents, students, teachers, and other stakeholders, but also ensuring that we are aligning to our vision, which is that we want to make sure that we're empowering our students, that we're representing diverse populations, and that we're accurately reporting grades and progress to our families. So the original policy was not as detailed as what we have laid out. And as you could see, we updated some of the language in the introduction to the policy, and then rewrote into 4 sections. The first section being what we believe is the purpose of grading, that grades should accurately reflect what a student knows and can do, and that students' progress should be communicated regularly over time with our parents and guardians. We also wanted to make sure that there was a clear and consistent message of the basis for student progress, and making sure that that's consistent across our classrooms and across our schools. And then finally, we retained what was in the policy regarding governance and responsibility. It just simply wasn't organized in this fashion since the original policy was much shorter, but we are not recommending changes to what was in this policy for how the policy itself is following guidelines when it comes to the grading criteria, and if it is revised, the process that's in place for that. So that would be what we're doing now, which is our cooperative study and evaluation with our team. So this is the policy. I know I broke it up into multiple slides here, but I can pause before we get into the AR components of it if you have questions about the policy recommendations.
I like the way you have this set up. I do want to add a suggestion, though. So for 4A, you talk about how any change shall be preceded by a cooperative study, but I don't see anywhere who actually determines if that change should take place.
Okay.
And I think somewhere in here, there should be that included. And I'm going to just stop there for now. You might answer my question throughout.
Okay. And if you all are okay with that, we can move on to the AR. So the AR is very complex, and we learned quickly that it was best to divide into subcommittees because our committee itself was rather large, and it grew over time. We had recommendations of people who asked to join, other teachers who recommended fellow committee members, so it also grew over time. And there were common areas of concern across our current policies with elementary and secondary, and then there were areas of concern or feedback that we should take in that were specific to elementary or secondary. So we divided into 2 subcommittees. However, there were members of the committee who sat in on both as much as they could to have some consistency and communication between the 2 committees. And we're going to start talking about elementary first. So I just want to I did not introduce all of the members. I know that they were here last month, but I do want to acknowledge those that are here today who played a pivotal role in this work. This was truly a teamwork with this, as well as our teachers, parents who volunteered their time, and community stakeholders. There was a lot of time and thought that was put into this. And the staff that will present to you today, part of the components of what we recommended, were pivotal in leading this work. So I'm going to now pass on to the elementary chairs, starting with Dr. Palmer, to explain their process and their recommendations for the model. And then we have an opportunity to pause before going on to secondary if you have questions, because I know that it's a lot to take in at once. So, and of course, if there's something that comes up, please stop us, but we do have an opportunity for questions after elementary. So I'm going to give it to Dr. Palmer.
Thank you, Mrs. Warner. Good evening, President Jackson, members of the board. One of the first grading committee roles that we had was to examine the current policy and the AR aligned to grading. At the elementary level, the following concerns were noted. First, the use of open-ended comments was inconsistent across grade levels in both specificity and length. In the current model, in grades 3 through 5, reteaching and reassessment typically occurs after a unit of instruction. Teachers often express that the length and number of skills that are assessed on those assessments make it difficult to reteach and retest and report out within the time frame. Sometimes you're giving a unit assessment a few days before the end of the marking period, and that becomes very trying. Another concern was that feedback is not consistently provided in a timely fashion across all grade levels. In pre-K to 2, currently grades are not entered until the end of the marking period, while in grades 3 through 5, grades are entered as assessments are given. However, in pre-K to 2, teachers have more opportunities to present an accurate picture of student performance on specific skills versus teachers in grades 3 through 5 who simply report an average score on all combined assessments in a content area. We also noted that instructional time constraints at certain times of the year make it difficult for teachers to confine skill acquisition within the confines of the marking period. For example, at the beginning of the year, elementary students take required diagnostic and screener assessments, and they also have introductory review units in some of the programs during the first few weeks of school, which makes it then challenging for teachers to have a summative grade by the interim. As mentioned previously, the model is not the same across all elementary grade levels, which is also sometimes confusing for families. And finally, as we've noted with looking at state assessment data as compared to student grades, our grading practices do not always align to the data collected from our diagnostic screeners and state assessments, which sometimes leads to confusion about student progress. With a greater focus on standards-aligned instruction in all contents, there is a need to ensure that families have an accurate picture of student progress towards end-of-year expectations across multiple skills. As we conducted research on the existing models, the committee explored the traditional letter grade model, which is currently used in grades 3 through 5, a standards-based report card, which would report out progress on individual standards in each grade level, competency-based models, which report out on clusters of skills in each content, which is similar to our current pre-K to 2 model, and a percentage-based grade model, which would report out the average score across multiple assessments in a numerical format. We looked at the current research as well as sample report cards from across the state from the different models. This slide provides a visual to share our process for the elementary focus grading meetings. First, we developed a common definition for the purpose of grading, which was then revisited at the beginning and end of every meeting to ensure our alignment with the committee work and our shared purpose. As co-chairs, Dr. Bullock, Mrs. Wallstrom, and myself facilitated research and discussion among the committee members. Our role was primarily to facilitate conversation rather than to advocate for any particular model. It was important that all stakeholders have a voice and a shared understanding of each model to make an accurate decision. We provided descriptions of the different models and supporting research for members to view, and then some committee members brought their own research to share with the team. As needed, the committee reviewed feedback gathered by surveying teachers in elementary schools. Committee members also shared feedback on existing practices as shared by other teachers and families. Once everyone felt comfortable with their understanding of the 4 models and felt that they could make an informed decision, we conducted a confidential committee member vote to determine the best model. This slide provides a graphic representation of the committee vote. As you can see, the majority of members voted for a competency-based model, which would cluster together several related standards into larger indicators for assessment of growth throughout the year. This is similar to what is used already in pre-K to 2. The standards-based model, while gaining some votes, was ultimately not favored by most committee members simply due to the large number of state standards per grade level. Elementary students are assessed in English language arts, mathematics, science, social studies, health, physical education, and fine arts. In English language arts alone, there are over 45 standards in each grade level. So the committee had concerns about the length of report cards and access for families with a standards-based model. Mrs. Wallstrom will now explain the competency-based model in further detail.
Good evening. This approach focuses on monitoring progress toward mastery of grade level standards by highlighting what students know and can do, providing specific feedback over time, and separating academic progress from personal and social development. The committee recommends this model because it offers clear communication with families, demonstrates a strong alignment with literacy and math standards and assessments, reflects the developmental nature of learning, and provides meaningful information to guide instruction and support. Here is a very simplistic example of what a competency-based report card might look like. Each content area is organized around a set of competencies or clusters of standards, similar to our current pre-K through 2nd grade model, but with greater specificity and alignment to the newly revised Maryland College and Career Standards. The coding system used to indicate proficiency is shown on the right side of the slide. Applying this system across pre-K to 5th grade promotes consistency across grade levels and emphasizes developmental growth over time towards end-of-year expectations. Using the proficiency descriptors emerging, approaching, demonstrating, and surpassing provides a meaningful and accurate picture of student learning. It clearly communicates where a student is in their learning progression. Families and educators will know whether a student is just beginning in an area, developing toward it, meeting expectations, or exceeding them. Additionally, this model reflects learning as a continuum, helping students and families understand that progress is ongoing and that the movement between levels is expected and valued. It also aligns closely with standards-based instruction. Teachers are able to provide targeted instruction and support based on individual student needs and monitor growth all along the way, which in turn supports clear, actionable feedback. Students know what they need to do to move to the next level, which promotes ownership of learning and encourages goal setting. Overall, this approach provides a transparent, developmentally appropriate, and instructionally useful way to report student progress. Our next step is to develop the competencies for each grade level in content-specific work groups. Dr. Bullock will now elaborate more on our next steps.
Hi. The committee and I are very proud of our collaborative work. In order for the work, to turn into action, we are suggesting the following next steps. Develop grade level and content area work groups to determine the competency areas to be reported. Plan and implement professional development for teachers in grades 3 through 5 toward a shift to competency-based grading, and for all elementary grade levels to align to the revised competency areas. Communicate the guidance for families and stakeholders, and configure PowerSchool to be used as a tool to track and consistently report the grade level competencies to families and students. Our committee has leaned into developing a plan and policy that adheres to our established shared purpose, that grades are an accurate representation of student performance and ability. What questions do you have?
Can I be clear that this is grades now pre-K through 5?
Correct.
Okay.
One question I have is that I have seen occasionally that a student may only have 3 grades, for example, over the course of an entire term. And I guess I'm wondering if we're going to set some sort of minimum number of grades per subject.
So if you look back, what we are going to be reporting on will happen throughout each quarter. So every grade level will have a PowerSchool update as that standard or competencies are addressed and taught. So we don't have to wait for a graded assignment to capture a student's knowledge and their competency in each skill. So that question kind of goes with that shift that we're all going to have to kind of make in what does student success look like and proficiency look like.
Now, I know we haven't gotten to the middle school level yet, and you may have the answer for me, but I'm going to ask it now. So when they're in 5th grade, how does that transfer over into middle school with this competency?
Yeah, I thought a lot about that. That transition from 5th to 6th grade is something that I'm very interested in for students throughout the county. And so with that, we would have to put things into place so that students and families are ready to make that shift. But my belief is that when students and families make this shift to the competency-based, they're going to be focused more on learning and achievement rather than letters and numbers. The letters and numbers will come and be a more accurate representation of their knowledge.
I just want to comment as a elementary parent. I'm familiar with the competency style grading, and I think that you enter into your children's school years, and that's how you learn that they are graded, and it becomes very comfortable, and you learn how to assess how your child is doing in that way. And the shift from 2nd to 3rd is abrupt and difficult, and I don't want to call out my own child, but I know when you have a 3rd grader or a 4th grader who is, focusing so hard, do I have an A? Do I have a B? You lose sight of the actual learning, and you get so focused on achieving the letter. And I feel like this movement does what you were saying it will, helping our kids do better about goal setting and focusing more on paying attention to their own learning rather than earning that letter, which doesn't mean anything to them because they're 8, that
Right.
doesn't, I don't really care that you have an A. That's not demonstrating that much to me as your parent. But I did have a question, and you referenced it kind of in the beginning of your presentation. You talked about comments on elementary report cards, and I think if you know a teacher at all in the elementary space, you've heard a lot about comments and the requirement to write comments and how hard that is and how time-consuming that is, as compared to what happens at the high school level, which is you pick from a bank of comments, and I cannot imagine it takes nearly as long to pick, excellent work habits as it does to write, a full paragraph about what your child is achieving. Where do you see the comment space going moving forward? Are we eliminating it completely?
Basically, the reason that the comments are so extensive at the elementary level is that our teachers are really trying to capture where each student is within those standards and those competencies that we're already. This matches our instructional process a lot better. And that's really one of the main drivers that we had when we were looking at how do we describe for kids and for their families where a student is in their process of learning. And when we open that up for teachers to explain, you get paragraphs, right? So this allows us to kind of capture it in a succinct and consistent way.
To go along with that, we have, from a calendar perspective, made a really concerted effort to make sure that there are ample opportunities for conferences throughout, and particularly in the beginning of the year, so that those elementary teachers have that time to connect with families one-on-one. And it seems like a conversation with a parent is much more an appropriate space to kind of share that, rather than trying to write it down in, 4 sentences to capture the whole of what your child is learning. So I think that we have tried to approach this from the other end too, to make sure that teachers have all of that time and space to communicate with their families about how their student is doing.
Yep, very important. Any other questions?
And of course, grade 3 is when they start their state assessments, and this will be able to still, I know you said so in here, but you have a plan for that?
Can you repeat the question?
State testing, it will be able to reflect their competency?
It will better align, yes, because we've seen a misalignment in the past, yeah.
I just don't want to assume. Can you ensure that as you are developing the competencies, that it will also include an objective tool to be able to evaluate any delineation between emerging to
Yes.
developing?
We will
So-
have a rubric.
Thank you.
So I have a question on the actual assessments that you give them in 3 through 5, since that's going to be the change. How are those assessments going to be graded? Will it come to a?
That will be partially the work of our committee, and we will, that will be something that's discussed. We're going to work on, if you look at that first bullet, examine current assessments for alignment, we will look at this competencies that are being assessed in each of the unit tests, and then we'll be able to say at what level that student meets each of those competencies. Do you want to add to?
Yeah, just to add to that, so with our newer programs, we have in the platforms, because students take most of those assessments online, the assessments are broken down by standards and clusters. So there already is some allowance for that in there. Obviously, we're going to be working with grade level teams and teachers to make sure that all of that aligns, but some of it is already broken down. We just don't currently report it that way.
So the assessments are online? You mean the big ones?
I believe reading and math
Each
and
unit assessment.
reading and math, yes.
And so teachers, so they make up the quizzes or formatives or the others. I'm just trying to figure out how much of the assessment is online.
It's all a part of the curriculum. So we follow the curriculum, which follows the state standards. And then the grading will just look more like levels of competency rather than letters and numbers. And it's a difficult shift to make in your mind, but then once you kind of read and research, you can see how much clearer it is of a communication as to what level the student's actually performing on.
I guess I was getting more at the online assessment that these kids are taking in elementary school on the computer. That's what
I think that's a separate subject.
Yes, that's a
Okay.
separate.
Ready?
While they're switching over, it would be helpful, I think, if we could see an example of a current second grade report card and or an assessment, because we are already doing this style grading in pre-K to 2. And so I think, again, like with a student who's been in second grade recently, like I'm familiar with what this looks like and what their assessments look like. But I think for anybody who hasn't had a kid in that grade for a while, it's hard to see. And looking at just that one example is not, that's not quite what our report cards look like. That might be helpful to be like a real world example of this is what a second grade assessment looks like, what a parent would get home after their child took this assessment, what they would see, and then what they would see reflected on the report card, I think could be helpful for just translation.
Sure. And the reason why we didn't do that was because we wanted to have more accurate criteria for those clusters now, where, to be honest, we do need to update even some of those in pre-K through 2. But yes, we can certainly do that on a model that looks more like what we have now. And I also, I wanted to make sure that the board is clear that This shift does not change assessments for our students. They would still be evaluated the same way. It actually allows our teachers to have other ways of assessing them informally as well as they demonstrate, and then gather that information of that cluster of standards to make a decision of where they would fall on that model. But it does not actually change anything for what our students experience when it comes to assessments. So I'm now going to transition us over to secondary, where we had also a team effort of leading this work, and I'm first going to introduce Mrs. Beatty to go over how secondary began their work.
Good evening, Dr. Pepikai, President Jackson, and board members. Similar to our elementary colleagues, we are very proud of the model that we're going to discuss today. We too gathered feedback from a variety of stakeholders in order to identify common themes and then also to identify priorities that ultimately informed our recommendations. So one current reoccurring concern shared was the inconsistency in how grades are reported from teacher to teacher. Specifically, some instructors use points to attached when reporting student progress in PowerSchool, and others are using percentages. It was discussed by our committee that this can create confusion for families and students, as it can make it difficult to interpret student performance from course to course. Additionally, stakeholders noted significant variation in how frequently teachers update grade books. They expressed the concern that in cases where grade books are not updated in a timely manner, students miss opportunities to receive feedback and address areas for growth before applying the same skills on subsequent lessons or assessments. Our committee additionally noted that our current reteaching and retesting policy does not align with the science of learning, which stresses timely feedback, spaced practice, and opportunities for students to consolidate understanding before moving on with instruction. Numerous stakeholders shared that the current formative and summative weights, which is the 30-70 split as it is now, does not motivate students to fully engage in learning or take advantage of formative feedback. As a result, we heard teachers indicate that it can be challenging to use formative data in order to inform instruction prior to culminating summative assessments. The committee also heard concerns that with the current 100-point scale, each letter grade doesn't cover the same range. There are essentially 10 possible ways to get an A, 10 to get a B, 10 for a C, 10 for a D, but 59 ways to represent unsatisfactory learning. So based on this feedback, we identified 3 focus areas for research and discussion as a committee. First, reconsider the balance of formative and summative weights, then explore alternative grading models, and additionally consider revising reassessment and reteaching practices in Talbot County. So ultimately, our committee is proposing a new weight for formative assessments and summative assessments, with formative assessments reflecting 40% of students' overall grade and summatives 60%. This change will give increased importance to ongoing learning and practice throughout a unit, rather than focusing primarily on the final assessment. The team believes that increasing the weight of formative assessments addresses stakeholder concerns and also encourages consistent student engagement, which research suggests improves understanding and the retention of learning material. Dr. Duveric will now speak on the various models that the committee explored.
Good evening. All right. So the secondary committee got together and we had the ability to look at the various models: traditional 100-point scale, minimum score scale, 4-point scale, standards-based, and competency-based. At one of our meetings, we were able to select the research that we were most interested in, and we got into groups. We quickly realized that standards-based and the competency-based would not be suitable or feasible for secondary, and we focused on the other models. So as I said, the committee members were able to select the model that we wanted to learn more about. We had time to read and digest that information. We got into groups, and discussed the pros and cons. We created a visual and we shared out to the committee so that all the committee members were educated on all of the models. So here's a sample of some of the visuals that we created in our groups of the various models. And as I said previously, each group stood up and shared the pros and cons. Here is our current model, which is the traditional 100-point scale. So you could see the definitions of standards of learning as it relates to the percentage range, and then how it correlates to the grade. The box in red is how the scores are calculated in PowerSchool. So in terms of traditional grading, some of the pros, families understand it. There requires little to no training for teachers, especially new teachers. This model has been used for some time. Grades are easy to average and to calculate. It's aligned with reporting requirements such as eligibility for sports, class rank, and college applications. Some of the cons, a 0 can severely impact an average, making it difficult to recover from, leading to some other problems, hopelessness for a student, which can also lead to discipline issues, behavioral issues, and things like that. Averaging masks learning, so if a student, this is a very simple example, if a student got in math an 80 on a formative, an 85, then an 82, and then a 0, their overall average would be a D, a 61%, which is not an accurate representation of what that type student, math student that child is. Inconsistencies across classrooms, some teachers can put in letter grades, some teachers put in percentages, some teachers put in points, which, as Mrs. Beatty said, can be confusing, and as I'm sure our student board members can relate to this, when you have 5 different teachers and they're all using a different way to grade, that's something to keep up with. Students can be penalized for early mistakes. Students tend to prioritize high-stake assessments, memorizing the information, for the test, rather than prioritizing the learning. Traditional grading can also combine academics and non-academics, such as behavior and compliance, which also masks students' true proficiency on the standards. So Mrs. Beatty's going to come back up and share some more information on the other models that we explored in terms of pros and cons.
The team also explored minimum grading, mostly because it's widely used across other school districts. Essentially, it is the traditional 100-point scale, but sets a floor for assignments. Oftentimes, it sets the floor at a 50. And the idea is that it creates a more equal distribution of points across letter grades. So the team considered both the advantages and potential drawbacks of this grading model. So promising aspects included that it does reduce that mathematical distortion because it creates that equal distribution of points across letter grades that our traditional 100-point scale does not currently have. It limits the impact of low scores from missing or late work that keeps grades focused on what students actually know rather than behavior or compliance, as Dr. DeVerick spoke to. It still maintains a familiar structure for families and schools who are accustomed to seeing grades reported as percentages or on a 100-point scale. And then it prevents a few low grades or missing tasks from completely derailing overall grades, with the goal to ultimately motivate students to re-engage in learning. So with that, the team additionally considered limitations and concerns that we have heard from various stakeholders and also that which are suggested in some research that we looked at. And so one significant concern shared in regards to this model is the perception that setting a floor on assignment scores can raise students' overall grades, even if they submit low quality or do not complete assignments. The model also does not provide students or caregivers with specific feedback on student mastery of standards or competencies, as we saw with our proposed elementary model. It does require significant oversight from administrators because it's essential to ensure that it's consistently implemented in teachers' grade books. And right now, PowerSchool doesn't have the capability of automatically setting that floor at a 50. And then ultimately, while it does improve mathematical fairness, it has limited impact on shifting instructional practices. So next, the committee considered the 4-point model, which is mastery-focused. It's research-backed. It provides feedback by reporting student achievement by standards rather than by points, so on a 0 to 4-point scale. This makes it easier to communicate what students know and what students still need to learn, unlike a traditional 100-point scale. So based on our research and discussion, our committee did agree that there are aspects of this model that are advantageous. A 4-point scale reflects how well students have mastered the learning goal rather than simply showing points earned or task completion. It reduces the grade inflation caused by averaging and is proportional in scale. Further, the model is standards aligned. It encourages learning over time by clearly showing what students know and what they still need to master in terms of grade level standards. And also, it encourages revision and improving without being penalized in the traditional 4-point model. The team is also aware of the challenges with implementing this model, specifically at the secondary level. So a 4-point scale is not currently familiar to CPS educators, students, and families. One additional critique of a 4-point scale is that it is less granular than a 100-point system, so it doesn't capture small differences in student performance and growth. Our gradebooks would need to be reconfigured, and probably the largest lift for secondary is that we would need to add all of the standards for the various courses that we currently are proud to offer to students at the 6 through 12 middle and high school level. And so with all of that, Mrs. Warner is now going to present the model that our committee is proposing for 6 through 12.
So as you can see, there are pros and cons to all the models that we looked at, and we asked our committee to, after we went into the research and many discussions, talking through feedback that we have received, we asked the committee to rank the models that we had evaluated. And essentially, our rankings were not very conclusive. Everybody found pros and cons to multiple models, but everyone did agree that the competency and standards would not be appropriate at this time for our secondary students. So we then began to explore what are the possibilities of combining some of these models and taking the pros of multiple models, specifically the 4-point scale and the traditional model, and combine them to meet the needs of our community based off of the feedback that we've received. So we then developed what we have been naming the hybrid model, which is a hybrid of the traditional model and a 4-point scale. And what you can see here is this model has an example of what would be in PowerSchool, what the letter grade would be, and what student performance range would look like. And I just want to be clear that they're going forward. I have Mr. Neal next to me as my backup because he is our math wizard and has been spending a lot of time in my office playing around with lots of different calculations and numbers. The numbers that we're going to present to you are not numbers that our families or students would have to work with, or even our teachers in many cases. We're just trying to be very transparent of the calculations and having that in policy so that it lives somewhere that in the event we had a new system other than Power School and our team's not here anymore, that it lives somewhere that someone understands the math behind it. So it's not our intention for our families to have to understand all of these numbers. So I just want to make sure that that's clear to the board before we get into this. So what we did was we looked at letter grades, how we could maintain letter grades. And we actually we learned on our committee, we have some teachers now that use letter grades exclusively. Like Ms. Beatty said, we have teachers in secondary who use point systems, who use percentages, or just put in letter grades. And beyond that, that is confusing in itself for some of our students. Some of them, even across the same classes or content, may make a different point value. So although we have the 30 and 70 weight, and one teacher could make something 50 points, one could make something 25 points. And Mr. Neild has actually looked at students, and he'll show this in a few slides, but he has actually seen where, depending on the model that a teacher implements in our current scale, a teacher or a student could have a different letter grade. And that's alarming to us when it comes to consistency for our families and our students and expectations as well. So we wanted to look more into how could we simplify this. So instead, we looked at having letter grades reported for all of our assignments. So instead of seeing, which is very similar to what our students see now with letter grades, but there would be more of a focus on specific letters. So having a plus-minus scale for assessments or assignments, excuse me. This was to also really align with some of the feedback we heard about the issues with our current model, particularly for our students who may have received a 90 versus a 98, that it is falling in the same place of that scale as Dr. DeVerick showed on our model. What you will see in the far right, the calculated score in Power School, when we enter grades in Power School letter grade, it has to be associated to one number, which is why right now in our scale, an A is 95, a B is 85, and so forth. With this model, it would be based on a 4-point scale, which retains the pros of the minimum scoring as well as the 4-point scale, where there's no disproportionate value amongst the letter grades. We also heard from committee members and feedback from various stakeholders that there were concerns with not being able to accurately report to families if a student is missing an assignment or has an incomplete assignment versus a student who may simply be struggling on that assignment with a 50, like we see in minimum scoring. So therefore, this system allows us to place a 0 for missing work, a 0.25 on that scale for incomplete work. And then the rest of that scale is tied to specific letter grades. So a teacher would put in a letter grade into Power School versus a specific number. The middle column is to show how a teacher could use this scale with a traditional model. So as I mentioned, and various other team members have mentioned that we have inconsistencies. If a teacher still wanted to use a points or percentage model, they could with this by us providing our teachers with a conversion. So if they wanted to simply use letter grades on a rubric, like we have now with some of our teachers, they could do that. Or if a student was taking a test and they wanted to just have it out of 100 points, that could be converted to this model so that we could still use a lot of different ways of grading, but it still falls on the same scale. So this is just to show the background, but for our families, they would only be working with letter grades. So some of the pros and cons that we determined amongst our team after we reviewed this was that it maintained the pros of a traditional grading scale, meaning that we do not have to worry about our families understanding what an A or a B or A plus is. I mean, we will certainly communicate the math behind it, but it would be very clear it would not have the issues of a 4-point scale or competency-based grading where a family might not understand what that means from a middle or high school perspective. It also reduces the mathematical distortion of what a 100-point scale has. As Mrs. Beatty mentioned, the 0 to 59 versus a 10-point scale for our other letter grades on our current model. It also, one of the main points to this that we have found is significant is that consistent calculation regardless of the model that a teacher uses for an assignment. That is something that we have found to be problematic with traditional grading, and this would allow teachers to have that autonomy of how they want to grade by converting it to this scale. It does also reduce that mathematical hopelessness if a student does not turn in an assignment or has an incomplete assignment. And the plus-minus scale is aligned to college scales, and it more accurately shows the progress that a student has in that course. Unfortunately, the model doesn't solve everything, and one thing that I've learned in this work over the course of this year is that there is no perfect grading model, and that I don't think that there's something in secondary that everyone is always going to agree on, because there are so many pros and cons to the various models and so many unique situations that our students may have. It does not address all of our grading issues because unlike the elementary system, we wouldn't necessarily be able to use this to drill down to a specific standard, although it is more standards-based aligned being on that 4-point scale. And it does not ensure that what a teacher is putting in the grade book is aligned to the standards. However, that is where the professional learning comes in from teaching and learning and as well as building administrators. And ultimately, we will have limited impact with this model unless we have other instructional shifts. And our hope is that this model would align better to our instructional process, and we would then, combined with our instructional process, we would see the shifts that we are hoping to see when it comes to student performance. We followed a similar cadence of meetings as our elementary team did, and put it to a vote after we had some time to review the options. And as you can see, the majority of the team did vote for the hybrid model. I did want to note that those who did vote for the grading, we did have one team member who voted for 2 models, did not rank them, just voted for 2 and circled hybrid and traditional. And we had one team member who also voted for traditional and said that hybrid was their number 2. And I just think that that's important context for the board to have, that even though those who did still indicate that they were in favor of traditional did show some agreement to the proposed hybrid model as well. Again, this is an example of what the calculations would be for an individual assignment. We are trying to also, I know there was a question about that transition from our 5th graders to 6th grade. And that was something that did come up about preparing students for 6th grade. And what we're hoping is, because this is a traditional model but based on a 4-point scale, which is similar to competency, it's really as close as we can get for secondary, that it will actually be a smoother handoff to secondary. And we also did talk to some of our secondary teachers, our middle school teachers in particular, about their opinions of our students who are moving on to 6th grade and that jump for them. And some of the feedback we received was that it would actually be more helpful for the teachers to be able to see student grades on a competency-based model versus letter grades, because it would actually tell our 6th grade teachers specifically where our students were over their elementary career and the progress that they made versus just looking at historical grades as one letter grade. So that was some important feedback that I did want to share from that presentation. I'm actually going to turn this over to Mr. Neal now, because he has all of the math answers for many questions that may come up, and I'm going to turn it over to him.
Good evening, President Jackson, members of the board, Dr. Pepikai. I get the not so fun job of trying to explain something that can sometimes be very complex. I probably don't need my notes, but I'm going to keep it here just so that way I don't miss anything. And circling back a little bit, when we looked at or determined that we were going to be taking this hybrid approach, one of the main questions that came up were, if we use a letter grade, what is the value that we use to then calculate a student's ongoing grade as they progress through a quarter and then finish a quarter, 2 quarters, and then final grade for a semester and their end of year grade? We looked at 3 scales for the 4-point scale, and when I say 3 scales for the 4-point scale, it's still only to 4. But in acknowledging that we wanted a plus or minus within each of those descriptors, we had to identify values that would calculate appropriately, so that way, depending on a student's performance, at the end of a marking period, the value that was calculated was the most accurate representation of cumulative student learning that took place within that quarter. The first scale we looked at used our current 4-point scale that's used to determine a final grade, which is where an F is from 0 to 0.6, a D is from 0.6 to 1.5, 1.5 to 2.5, 2.5 to 3.5, and then 3.5 to 4.0 for an A. So we took that 4-point scale and identified values within each interval to represent an A plus, A minus. Using that scale, I ran several simulations using actual student marks from last year to identify the impact of those values on a student's grade as compared to what that student actually earned. I then looked at another scale after doing some research online where 4-point scales have been used in secondary, and found a different scale which had a slightly different arrangement, which is actually what's here on the board. And then the third one was an equal distribution. So from 0 to 4, with 5 letter grades essentially, dividing that scale into 5 equal sections to see the impact of each value that would be assigned within that scale. What I then did was compared the number of A's with one scale to the number of A's that students actually earned, the number of B's, the number of C's, the number of D's, the number of F's, and tried to narrow down which of these scales would A, reduce the changes in what parents and stakeholders might see at home. In other words, if I'm a student who has traditionally earned A's and B's, implementing a scale which is going to dramatically shift student representation of performance would raise a lot of questions. And in a model, no model is perfect, it may be difficult to have that conversation and answer some of those questions, or even justify it to a certain extent. So what you see here is the letter grades which students and families will see in PowerSchool. That center column is how teachers may convert their scoring of assessments into identifying a letter grade. Now, what you see there is the traditional 100-point scale with percentages, but if a teacher scores their assessments with points earned out of points possible, the quotient of that is going to be a percent. So a teacher can score with points earned out of points possible, find a percent, and identify the letter grade that aligns to that. If a teacher uses a 4-point scale, if they have a project or an essay and they're scoring based off of a rubric, it's easy enough to identify a letter grade because on that 4-point rubric, there are values that are used to calculate. That teacher can easily identify the letter grade that aligns most accurately to the the number that that student would earn based off the rubric. So we have 3 different scoring potential opportunities or methods that can be assigned a letter grade with this model. This slide, this is where it starts to get a little complicated because more and more numbers are going to show up on each slide. But the basis of this is showing that that pie chart, that's a student's grade. Every student's grade, based on what we're proposing, will be made up of 60% of summative assessments and 40% formative assessments. So that is a slight transition. But what that does is it's intended to shift the focus on continued learning as it takes place within the classroom. And all too often, and I may say this again because I'm not really following what notes I have, I can probably say that our student board members here have had an opportunity or an experience where they earn a grade and they think to themselves, well, I just got that grade, but it didn't change my grade at all. It happens a lot. Oftentimes, kids in their minds, they say, oh, I need to get this and my grade will come up. And then they get that and their grade doesn't budge. So on the 4-point scale, grades hopefully make an impact on what we will see. And continued growth and improvement should show or have an observable impact in what students' grades are. This scale here highlights the ranges when a final grade for a quarter is calculated. So this model relies on averaging, even though there are flaws with averaging principles. The 4-point scale, which is more evenly distributed, does eliminate some of those flaws in the averaging models. In other words, when you have a 0 to 4 scale, you won't have outliers that impact the average. As Ms. Beatty and Ms. Warner mentioned, Dr. DeVerick mentioned, if you have certain values and then there's a really low score, that really low score shifts the average to a number that's not necessarily representative of the cumulative learning that may have actually occurred. We have the ranges here, which have been identified based off of the scale that we thought was most valid and accurate and aligned with our strategic plan vision. The purpose in identifying some of the calculated values and then the ranges here is we wanted to ensure that if a student got an A+ and an A-, it averaged to an A. If you had a B+ and a B-, it would average to a B. So the 3 values within each interval will average to the center of that interval. We didn't want to shift one way or the other or use extremes. And then we ultimately arrived at these ranges. So once a student's grade is averaged and then multiplied by 40% for the formative, 60% for the summative, we would have a cumulative value which could be found on this table to figure out what the quarter grade is. All right, I was afraid this wasn't going to happen. In full honesty, when I taught middle school, step by step made it a whole lot easier. I had animations with this, so that way only one grade came up at a time, and here they all are. So if you could please just, hopefully, yeah, there it is. If you could just follow my cursor and only focus on what I'm highlighting at the time. So here we have two, we can think about this 2 different ways. You have one student in 2 different classes, or you have 2 students in the same class with 2 different teachers. Teacher 1 inputs grades as a percentage. So every grade they put in is just 0 to 100, it's a percent. Teacher 2 inputs points earned out of points possible. So every formative and summative in teacher 1 and teacher 2 are the identical score. I say identical, points earned out of points possible, sometimes rounds to the percent if it's a fraction. So we have an 80, which is 16 out of 20. We have a 70, 7 out of 10, a 90 and 36 out of 40, 0 and 0 out of 6, and I skipped over summative, I'll come back to that. 67 and 10 out of 15, 75, 9 out of 12. And when we look at the averages based on just the scoring models that those teachers use, teacher 1, this student, has a formative average of 64%. Student in teacher 2 has a formative average of 76. So that is the flaw, as Ms. Warner mentioned, percents versus points possible. They're the same grades, but based off of the way that our gradebook platform operates, it will total all of the points possible and all of the points earned and calculate the percent based off of that, which gives weighting to different assignments. And depending on the points that a teacher assigns to an assessment may impact the overall grade. Now, our teachers are doing the best that they think is right for our students. But that's just the mathematical impact with this model. The summatives, 90%, 45 out of 50, 75%, 15 out of 20. You can see the summative averages are much closer, but even though there's a large difference between the total points possible, but ultimately when we apply the 30-70 as it currently is, a student in teacher 1 would earn a C, and a student in teacher 2 would earn a B for the same grades, potentially the same assignments, just different classrooms. That's somewhat of a problem. Now, we throw in other variables, such as a teacher using minimum grading. If a teacher uses 50 as the floor, instead of putting in a 0%, they may put in a 50%. Well, that's going to change that student's grade to a 79.35, which in our grading platform stays as a C. So it raises it slightly, but it doesn't bump it to the next letter. In this scenario, a teacher may use teacher discretion, bump it up to an 80, very possible. Sometimes that happens. If teacher 2 did that with this assignment and gave the student a 3 out of 6 for that minimum grade, just as an equitable practice, it only changes this by a fraction of a point to the point where it would round to an 84, but it doesn't change a whole lot. When we look at our proposed hybrid model, these grades are converted to a letter. We see the numbers down here, but those are the calculated values that will work in the background. But both of these students would get a B minus. Both students would get a C minus, A minus, F, D plus, C, C. Both students, different classes, two different grading styles, but now they're reported the same. Reporting the same gives a consistent output. So these two students now have a comparable grade for this essentially the same work in the same class or subject. These values, the calculations are done the same, except it would be a 40% of this value, 60% of this value, and we would get a final value of 2.44, which we could then look up on this scale, and a 2.44 falls between a 2.33 and a 2.5, which would be a C. Now, I know there's not a slide here for questions, but I want to give you an opportunity. If you have a question about this, it's an opportunity to ask.
So we know that some students were taking advantage of the 50%. How do you manipulate the 40 and the 60? What are the creative ways they're going to try to come up with?
Well, unfortunately, we try to raise the brightest students, but with that comes knowledge and experience of how to maneuver. So your question is, if a student gets a 50, then...
I'm being devil's advocate here, just so you know.
That's fine. That's fine. So just rephrase, because I started talking and...
So we know that some students were taking advantage of the 50%.
As the floor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They knew that they could get certain grades and then have a 50% but still pass the class.
Oh,
ultimately.
and then just stop.
Right.
So that's, unfortunately, that's always going to happen when averages take place.
Yeah.
The goal is, with this model, is that I don't even know that I would call that effort. You want to?
So that was part of what we wanted to address because we heard that feedback with minimum grading. This model allows us to indicate that with a 0 or an incomplete while removing that barrier of disproportionately affecting the grade that a 100-point scale does. So it takes the best parts of both of those models. A teacher can put in a 0 or an incomplete, but it does not have the same amount of weight that it did on our previous model of it, the 0 to 59, where you have 10 intervals, A, B, C, D. So we can more accurately report, and our teachers would not be using 50s anymore because they would be able to implement 0s and incompletes.
How long does an incomplete last? Is that teacher subjective?
Oh,
we did put that into the AR as well, of a timeline for that, and that students would have to complete the formatives prior to the end of that unit. We heard the feedback that students wait until sometimes the end. Teachers are trying to grade it all. That really defeats the purpose of our instructional process. So we're trying to motivate our students to do that work along the way so they would have a deadline, which is very common what a lot of our teachers already had for their deadlines, of not being able to turn something in past that unit of instruction.
We need to be clear, though, on those deadlines. Are we going on to that? Anyway,
So
I have so many questions, many.
That is in the AR. It's not in this presentation because
Okay.
it's not part
So
of
we're
the
not talking about that
calculated
yet.
model, but it is
That'll
in
be
the
later.
AR.
Okay, we'll talk about that later. I'm just really confused on I'm such not a math person, but so teacher 1, teacher 2, teacher 3 is the same exact grade. I'm so confused on how they come out at a 64 and a 76.
So this is an average of the percents, which is a 0 to 100 on each individual assignment. This is calculated based off of the points earned out of the points possible. The reason that is different is because you have significant size differences in the points here. So teacher 2, this student earned 36 out of 40 points, and it was a 90%. But on an assignment where the student did not do as well, it was 10 out of 15. So that 10 out of 15 is a smaller portion of the overall grade. So that lower score impacts it less, which keeps a higher average. Whereas up here, they're all the same size, so that average is of equal parts each formative assessment. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, still a little complicated, but one of the advantages to this is you don't necessarily have to know what the calculated values are or what the math has to be to approximate a grade for a student. So this is a sample of 6 formatives, 2 summatives. This is the method for which the grade would be calculated, which is fairly simple, but it's a lot of numbers. And because it's not based on the 0 to 100 point scale, those numbers they don't really make sense for the letters as the letters make sense. But the method of finding a value is pretty straightforward. It's a standard averaging technique, which is when you add up all of your values, divide by how many you have, and that gives you your formative average. You do the same for a summative and you get your summative average. And then with the proposed 40-60 weighting, you would multiply your formative average value by 0.4, your summative average value by 0.6, and you would get a combined value of 2.59, which you could then use the lookup table to identify what that letter grade is. But the advantage to this is barring too many incompletes or missing assignments or extreme summative scores, we can list these values, these scores, in order from highest to lowest, regardless of if it's a summative or a formative, find the mark in the middle, and that's going to be the approximate grade for the student. So when you remove the impact of an outlier, this is statistically speaking, so I'm going to use some terminology which, if you haven't talked about statistics in a long time, there's what's called a statistical outlier, which an outlier does, there's a mathematical formula to determine if a value should be thrown out. And in statistics and data analysis, values often get thrown out because they change the average. They change it to the point where it's not representative of the sample. So with this more equitable scale, with equal distribution, we don't have the impact of outliers on that single value that represents student learning. When we can list these in order and find a grade that is probably within 1 mark of what it actually is, a student can then say, well, if I get this grade, it's going to go up. And in this case, actually, maybe not this one, but on the previous, if I'm going to go back, if there was 1 more formative in all 3 of these classes, and it was 1 mark higher than the grade that's reported, Teacher 1 and Teacher 2, that grade would stay the same. In the hybrid, that grade would bump up to a B-. So the ability for a student to set a goal and see the impact of that once they earn that would probably do wonders for our students when they're trying to continually improve. Now, the more grades you have, the less impact, obviously, but we have some classes where there's 40 grades in a quarter. We have some classes where there's 6. In identifying these values, in most cases, students will see the impact of success in their grade. And for our teachers who need to identify where students need support, a low grade will show an impact or have an impact, and then that recognizes or identifies a student who may need additional support. I'm sorry?
I was going to ask, does that affect the AP courses?
No.
So our final grades, after the year is over or the semester is over, the GPA points that are currently in place will still be used to calculate final GPAs and final grades. Our quarterly grades will be identified or reported as a plus or minus, so that way students can distinguish themselves as higher performing in an A or higher performing in a B or middle range. But when it comes to final reporting in our current GPA system, if a student has a final grade of an A, they get 4 points towards their GPA. If they have a B, they get 3 points. So that will not change. The calculation of GPA will not change. The only difference is when teachers report the marks for assessments, it will be a letter that is assigned a value different than what we're currently familiar with. But that value is intended for us to be able to see the most accurate representation of cumulative learning through the assessments that have taken place in the class or course.
What is that value? You mean the A minus plus?
So the A plus is going to have single value quality points from the 4-point scale, and that's the value that's used to average throughout the marking period.
Is that the 3.75?
Yes.
That's what would be on the end of the report card?
Well, no, it would be a letter. Yeah. We understand that those are different numbers than we're used to. And you know, thinking about the transition from elementary to secondary, elementary is using competency, which is kind of aligns to a 4-point scale because there are different descriptors within each of those performance levels. Secondary has the same number of levels, but we're differentiating within. So that way we can retain what is most familiar to students at the secondary level, but also align to that post-secondary pathway, whether it be a college or two-year school. You know, they're going to get A's and B's. They're going to get A pluses, B minuses. But we're aligning to the 4 different levels that will be used at elementary school. It will be a transition, but it should be an easy conversation for teachers at 6th grade to have with those students and families. You know, you're coming from a performance reporting that's on 4 levels. We're still using 4 levels. It's just a different letter. You know, the knowledge and ability to demonstrate learning is going to be based on the same understanding, where rubrics may still exist. I'm not going to elaborate on this too much, but these are examples of how grades will be calculated for a middle school semester course, a middle school year-long course, a high school semesterized course, and a high school year-long course. The formulas are the same as what they currently are. The representations here just show that, you know, for a middle school semester, your quarter 1 grade is going to be 50% of your final grade. If you look at a high school year-long, they're all 20%. So each quarter in the final exam is 20%. And that 20% aligns with the EOC requirements for Maryland State testing. It's what our current practice is for final exams. So that hasn't changed. But what will change, and this is where conversations may need to take place between teachers and students or families, is rather than using that 95, 85, 75 that we currently see in our policy, they would have to use this value that's from the 4-point quality point scale. So if a student has an A plus from quarter 1, it would be a 3.75. It wouldn't be a 95 like it currently is. And that's also part of the reason that we would have that in our policy as a resource. I just had an experience not long ago. A student was trying to figure out what their grade should be. And they went right to it, the student handbook, and found the values, and they were doing it. They just make one small mistake. But the resource being there is helpful for students who go to look for it. Anything you want to add?
Why wouldn't it be a 4.0, the A plus?
Why wouldn't the 4.0 be an A plus? Well, we avoided extremes within each interval. We avoided extremes because when you use the extremes, you end up at a threshold between 2 letter grades. So for example, if we used a 4.0 for an A plus, the only way that we could average an A plus and an A minus and it come out to in the middle is if we use the extreme on the lower end. Does that make sense? So if we use the extreme on the lower end, then what happens is you end up on the line or on the verge of an A minus and a B plus. And if you have those values that sit right in the middle that you're trying to calculate with, it can easily shift one way or the other, which would end up not being a very fair representation of the learning that that student's demonstrated beyond that one assignment where they may have gotten an A plus or a B plus or an A minus. The mathematical impact in the end, an A is going to be 4 points. But in the calculated average is a student who gets all A pluses is going to calculate to a 3.75, but then those ranges, they're going to fall within that A plus range. So ultimately that student will be reported with A pluses, but that final grade of an A would be a 4.0.
How are you able to delineate who's the valedictorian, the salutatorian, and isn't this taken away from our top learners?
No, so currently, and I checked with our student information specialist because it's a question actually came up in one of our committee meetings. Currently, right now, our GPA is rounded to 3 places beyond the decimal, so that's the 1,000s. in 6 years, there's never been a tie for valedictorian, which surprised me. But the explanation that I got is those students, very rarely would they take every course identical and score the exact same in every one of those courses. That's what would have to happen for there to be a tie. And oftentimes what happens is, and this is sometimes, and I don't want to speak out of place, sometimes students, when they get to senior year, they're focused on their GPA. So sometimes they may select a course, whether it be dual enrollment or within our buildings, that they're pretty confident that they can get an A. However, the level of rigor for that course may not be very high. The student who takes an AP course and gets an A is going to have a weighted value there. So that's oftentimes where the differentiation between those students comes from. But again, we haven't experienced a tie. There's been some tie for salutatorian, 2 or 3, but our policy currently states that if there is a tie, you have your valedictorian, which is number 1, and if there's a tie for number 2, they're both number 2. And then the next person is number 4, because essentially that's the second and third place, but they're called number 2.
And I think, and this is, I think, something you pointed out in one of our earlier conversations, Elmer, was that concern about that you might have 90 to 100, but when it went into Power School, it was only a 95. So if you got a 98, it was in as a 95. If you got a 90 or 92, it was in as a 95. So this is offering more gradations in what actually goes into the grade book in Power School, as I understand it. So I think it was to address that concern in a more effective way.
And it may actually reduce the potential for a tie, because as Ms. Jury said, right now, if a student has an A+ or a 99 and a 95, currently they would both be counted as a 95, which puts them on the same level. But with this, one would be an A+ and one would be an A, which has different calculated values. So that would ultimately change what the potential final grade might be.
Did I understand you correctly? You were also going to put in the percentages?
No, I did not say that. The percentages down the column.
Yeah, I
that-
thought you said that teachers could use that.
Teachers can put them in, yes. And no, they would not enter them. They would use that as a reference
As
for
a
which
reference.
letter to put in.
I would like to see I would like to see that also. Maybe not on the final, but Power School, so parents can know where their kid
But
is.
percentages wouldn't be a fair representation on a 4-point scale, because we're not 0 to 100, we're 0 to 4. The percentage is what we would hold on to keep some consistency between what we currently understand and reduce the amount of professional learning that may need to take place. So if you were a teacher who preferred to score with percents, you could use your current method and find which letter to put in. But if your neighbor was somebody who used points, they would calculate percent with those points and then find the letter. Or if your other neighbor used a rubric for scoring, they could find the rubric value and match that letter grade to it. So that way we're always putting in the same representation of learning, and we avoid the discrepancies between percents, points earned, or rubric scoring.
I want to go way back to kind of the beginning when we started talking about.
You want me to toggle and I'll-
You don't have to move
okay.
the slides. I'm not sure which one it was. When we started talking about the disparity between the grade bands, right? So an A is only worth 10 points, a B is only worth 10 points, but an F is worth a whole lot of points. I actually have no problem with that in theory, because when I think about why we are assigning you the grade, you get a D if you have demonstrated to your teacher that you have met the standard and learned the material for the class to pass. And the difference, the space to me between knowing nothing and knowing enough material to prove that you can pass the class, that you have earned the right to get a grade and move on to the next level, that's a lot of space. That's not just 10 points to me. I'm totally fine with that being 60 points. Maybe that's 60 points worth of material that you're starting from nothing to proving I know enough to move on to the next grade, to the next level, that I have mastered this content. And that's worth 60 points for me. And then each additional little bit more that you learn, that's worth those 10 points. but the large part of the learning to me is the actual learning. So I don't feel like that needs to be compressed way down. That's not worth the same as learning a little bit more or being just slightly better than the next person. I know that's kind of a hard concept to convey. I hope I'm starting there and just saying, I don't feel like we need to insert all of these quality points or recalculators or whatever so that every grade band is worth the same. I'm okay with it not being the same. And then if I'm starting from there, it tips the whole rest of the scale, because I feel like then I wonder, what is the point of inserting all these various compression models so that everybody is evened out?
So I'm going to start with the issue with the 0 to 59 scale. Our policy, what we outlined was that we want to report accurate progress. And what Mr. Neild has found as he's gone through over 1,000 of our students. That's the other thing I would like the board to understand is when we looked at research by this, we applied these models to our own students. So we have real life data for how it impacts our students. What we're finding is when you place a 0 on a 0 to 100 scale, that disproportionately can impact a grade and doesn't necessarily show the learning. So like the example that was provided earlier, if you have 80, 85, 82, and then a 0, that significantly, that outlier affects the average, where now we're reporting a letter grade that's not really accurate to the trajectory of that student's learning.
That's fair, and I do want you to accurately, that's what the grade is, that you go back to the very title of the policy, and that's reporting progress to parents and guardians, right? So the whole point is to tell your guardian how you are doing in this class.
Correct.
Have you learned what you need to learn? Where are you in your growth, in your
Correct.
learning? Sure. So, but whatever happened to, and I don't know if it was just my college, but you would look at the statistics, right, and you see the statistical anomaly, and you drop your lowest one grade, or you drop your lowest and your highest. Isn't this Olympic grading? Like that's how they would solve this problem, and it seems like a much simpler approach than this. And I have said all along that I'm not a math person, but isn't there? Which leads to I came prepared. I have lots of questions, but one of my largest questions is, can you summarize this and report out to parents how their children will be graded on one page?
Yes.
In a 1-minute elevator
Yes.
speech, in a one, because this,
Yes.
we've been talking for an hour, and I still don't really know that I understand.
So I'm going to answer your first comment about dropping the lowest. Our students will game that. We have had teachers, because not all students, let me rephrase that. Students, like Mr. Neild has stated, they figure this out very quickly. If you have a policy that says we'll drop the lowest outlier, a student who has all A's and B's knows that, and you're towards the end of a quarter, then they might not be motivated to do their formative or whatever that assignment is. In some classes, we don't have a lot of summatives or formatives depending on the nature. Our CTE courses sometimes don't have as many. Now we're encouraging students to kind of keep track of that and know, oh, well, this is going to be my lowest, so I don't have to worry about this one. We get into the same cycle that we have with some of our reassessment policy, which is the next part of this. The policy, we want to do the same thing that we're doing in elementary, which is to accurately portray how a student is performing. And unfortunately, with a 100-point scale, it leaves a lot of vagueness for how our teachers can report. And we feel it's unfair to our students that depending on the model that a teacher may be using, whether it's the amount of points they give to something or using percentages, they may be at a disadvantage or advantage and not know it. At least with this, everyone's using the same weight, and everyone can predict what their grade would be going in, regardless of the teacher or the class. And the 10-point interval is not to bump up a few points here. It is to make sure that we're staying consistent on that 4-point scale, which is what we do in elementary. It's what MCAP is based off of. It's keeping that consistency along the way. It is not to give points for something that's not earned. It's just adjusting so that we don't have those outliers. So instead of the model that you suggested of having some guardrails of taking off that last or the lowest grade, this does that for us without a teacher having to do that.
I would push back and say with our current system, they're already doing that. Because in the current system, if you earn an 80 and you earn an 89, it goes in the grade book as the same as a B. It gets calculated into your GPA in the same way. And so if you're nearing, and it's going to do the same thing, again, this does not solve for that. But if you're a student who is high performing and you're looking at your last couple of formatives and you have an 80 and you can, or if you have an 81, and if you don't do it, you'll still have an 81. And if you do it, your grade will be an 88. You're not going to do it. That's, I mean, it's in the same, students are always going to game the system. There's always going to be some way that some smart kid, and we've got lots of them in our system, are going to be way ahead of you with the calculations and know which assignments they're going to work smarter, not harder. And that's, I mean, that's teenagers for you. I don't know what to say. I don't think we can solve that today, tomorrow, or next week. But
I think it's what you had said earlier. That's their grade, the 0. And this is reporting the student grades to our parents and our families, and it's transparent of what they are getting. Yes, they got a 0 on that. That's what you got.
And we
I
still
think
have
to understand though, let me
that is
take
an
a second.
outlier.
Maybe I can help because I was in some of these meetings as Ann was, and this might help you, Emily. Is it the idea of this hybrid is to try to address, several different pieces of the advantages, the things that were brought out as concerns, one of them being that people were gaming the system, people were getting a 50 when they'd done nothing, all of those things. This is designed to address. So if you have a missing and incomplete assignment, you didn't try, you didn't do anything, you get 0. You get 0. That is what is intended, but it is the intervals of the scale make sense for what it is that we're trying to accomplish. And I think if you give yourselves a little bit of time with this and look at it, it's actually not as complicated at all as it seems at first blush. I think that you'll see that I think there's some genius and elegance in it, in the work that you have done to look at all that we're trying to accomplish here and come up with something that is a creative and really very rational approach to addressing all the things that we're trying to do. So I would say give yourself some time to really look at this, because I think you may see that it goes a really long way in trying to accomplish what we're trying to do.
respectfully, this is not the first time I've looked at this. I have been sitting on the policy since it was first loaded, and it's no longer in our system. So I'm not having a reactionary response right now. I have thought about this. I came prepared. I read the whole policy on the AR and came prepared with questions. I ran some mathematical scenarios. And I have long been supportive of the work of this committee. I'm very supportive of the work of this committee. I'm so proud of the thought and the time and the effort that you put in. And I think what happened is a policy that shows exactly every minute you spent working on it. And it is so complex that I, as a parent who obsesses over my kids' grades in Power School, cannot connect what you have presented today with what I see, which I already have problems with our current calculations and the current way you have displayed some of the problems that I encounter as a parent. I appreciate that you tried to solve all the problems, and my issue with it is that I see that, is that it is so loaded and layered in trying to solve every single thing that I find it overly complex. And as a parent who has sat with this policy for a while now, I still don't understand it, and therefore have a very difficult time conceptualizing how I would possibly explain this to somebody else who has not been following this from day one. How did we build this? How did we get here? What's the research? Which was my question. Can you explain this easily to parents in one page? Do you have an elevator speech? Do you have can this be effectively communicated to people? Because the flip side is that as a board, it is our responsibility under federal and state regulations and ethics rules to make sure that all of our policies are written in very plain language that is very understandable, that everybody can digest them. And again, we've been talking about this for an hour, and I am very well spoken in this and still can't digest this, don't understand this, am struggling with it. There's a reason that newspaper articles are written at a third grade reading level, and I would kind of expect our policies to be heading at that same level, and this is way above that.
Well, I wonder if it would help if similar to what was done for the elementary, if you could do kind of a sample report card, you know, and what that might look like so that you could see what would be explained to you on a report card, as far as what is represented on the report card. Then you'd be able to compare what you see on a report card now and see if it would feel more understandable going forward.
Tyler and Elmer, you look like you want to say something. Oh, I just wanted to, do you understand the math behind it?
I think the distinct difference is policy and practice. And so I think what we're seeing here is all the intricacies that went into the committee work. I think at face value, from what I'm hearing, everybody's going to see a grade. They're going to see the grade. And I think once we show what a report card looks like, the sample of what that looks like, I think the rest is the committee and the work internally to be able to communicate, to have the elevator speech, to have the one pager. But I think all what we're seeing, it's not the goal to yes, we want them to understand it, but it is the grade that we're seeing. It's what's went behind that. And I think taking all the pieces of all the models and putting into this hybrid model. But I think the goal is to show what is it going to look like when a parent sits down at a conference, what is going to be explained, and what is going to be the one pager that's the work that gets done behind it.
We went into detail on this because we wanted to be transparent. This is not intended as the presentation for our families. This is to show what happens in the background. There is similar complexity in our current model now with the numbers that are tied to it. The only difference with this is it's converted. We're still using letter grades. We added the 0 for missing, and we added an incomplete so that we could hold students accountable, because that was the feedback that we heard. But we also hear the feedback of the concerns of how outliers impact grades. This put that together, and ultimately, we would not present this way to our families. We have already been talking amongst our committee with our communications department of how this can be much more simplified for our families. And as Mr. Neal said, in the end, I think it actually is more simple for our families because they do not have to look at numbers. They can just look at letters, and they can easily find the average by just looking at how many A's, how many B's, how many C's. They can almost, like he said in his example, at times make that calculation without even using a calculator. So I understand, because trust me, I've been looking at these numbers for months, the complexity, but really we did this to show transparency of how it's calculated. In our previous policies, we're not necessarily as transparency in the detail. That's why this looks more complex, because it's more detailed in explaining the calculations. So I 100% understand the concern of making sure our families understand that's something we've been talking about. But in the end, it's actually more clear for our families because everyone's working within the same scale. As I mentioned now, we have teacher autonomy on a 100-point scale, and it can be hard to predict based off of the way that teacher grades of what's expected. This removes that barrier and is more consistent and more aligned with our policy because it is taking out the outlier and giving more of an accurate picture of performance, not including the outlier.
I'm not going to argue with the point that this does solve a lot of problems, because a lot of the things that you have brought up are things that I do see. Yes, I see this reflected on my kids' report cards, and yes, it is very hard to interpret. Yes, it does solve some of the current problems that we have. I'm very appreciative of that. What it doesn't solve are lots of the other problems. In part, we've gone to great lengths to delineate the scale, right? So there's an A+, there's an A, there's an A-, but then so you sort of expand it and then you collapse it back again when calculating GPA. As a parent of a junior, that's all I do these days is calculate GPA. It's very important to me. I'm sure seniors matter too. But why go to such great lengths to expand so hard to then recollapse again to squish it back down to a 10-point, which is already problematic again. When you're talking about, an 80 versus an 89, those are very different grades, but if they're calculated those into your GPA, they're both going in as a 3.
We discussed as a committee of maintaining the plus minus, and overall there were concerns both from parents and teachers that it would actually, usually when we think of those situations, that's our high achieving students, the students who are striving for an A plus or an A, and actually it makes, it could put unnecessary pressure on those students because then they're living in a world now where they need a 90. And now we would be telling them, and I think of our students who are 9th or 10th graders now who still have time left in their high school career, now we're telling them to get a perfect, you have to maintain a 97. And that could put some unnecessary pressure and anxiety on our students that we don't necessarily want to have. So that was why the committee decided to, for a final, to scale that back to the simple A, B, C, D, F, which is what we have now.
I'm sorry, but I really disagree. When you have high achieving people, students that are reaching for big goals, we shouldn't cut them back. There's no reward for doing good in this scale. It's not for excelling. There's only rewards for doing poorly, and I really don't agree.
Well, we actually did try to answer the issues with not awarding credit for students. We heard our student board members who said that if I have a 95 and another student has a 90, they're getting the same grade. This scale actually does award a higher point for someone who scores higher, like a 97 versus a 90. It does go to, it ends up on that 4-point scale, but as Mr. Neal addressed, you have to have that equal. So for each of those grades, when you look at an A, an A minus, and an A plus, you want to divide by 3 and land on an A. When you add a 4 to that, that distorts that. But the point of having plus minus was to your point of rewarding that achievement for students who are on the higher end of that scale.
And I ran over 12,000 records from last school year on each scale and converted to the letter as it would be represented. And in nearly all of those, I could look at the final grade and say that makes sense based off the other letters that I saw. And on very few cases was there a final grade, and I said, how did this happen? So there are cases when that happens, but I believe right now we have a lot of instances where a student receives a grade and the student and or the parent asks themselves that question or asks the student that question, how did this happen when I see these grades and then you get this? But by only using those letters and these values, looking at the grades that are shown to measure student performance at the end gives a representation that aligns with that academic performance throughout the quarter. I can't say that this is perfect. I've said from day one, there's something wrong with every model, and I've spent probably, I don't even know how many hours, trying different ones to reduce the flaws that show up, because every single flaw impacts a student somewhere along the way. And if we can reduce those, so that way the impact on an individual student is as minimal as possible while still showing the best representation of their learning rather than an emphasis on one measure of learning, that's what we attempted to do. I do want to kind of circle back because Ms. Jackson, you made a mention about, I think it was alignment, and it also came up earlier with MCAT performance. There's been a conversation, and I might step back over just lots of times, and I see it all the time, student grades aligning with MCAT performance. And there is a disconnect between sometimes the grades that we see and how a student performs on MCAP assessments. And the 4-point scale is, in this, you can find this online, it's intended to align with proficiency. So that way your middle of the road mark at a 2, above that indicates that a student has a significant chance of being proficient on a high stakes assessment. When we look at these letter grades, the letters are what you will see. And if what you will see in your mind tracks to what you ultimately see, and you can say that makes sense, that's a good goal. But if you dig into the numbers, you know, if I'm a student and I earn a C for a math course, there's a pretty good chance that my MCAT performance level probably going to be around a 2. And when we start looking at students to provide them support, if we can find any additional measure to identify students who may need more support, sometimes our letters and our percents as they are right now don't necessarily do that. The 4 points does a little better, but I will certainly admit it's not perfect. And I'm going to be honest with you, I won't stand behind this 100% because I know there are things wrong with it, but I can present every single model and there are things wrong with those too. And, you know, I would certainly agree to a conversation about what's the best? How can we improve what we have now, or whatever it may be?
I do have a question about the incomplete and the missing. So on the final report card, if they have a 0, I mean, would an M go in there? I mean, I don't, an M.
Listed as an M. Oh, no, it's not for the final. Those are for assessments.
Okay.
For assignments.
Okay, so a 0, if it's M, a 0 gets averaged into their average.
Correct.
Or if it's, a quarter complete, the 0.25 gets averaged in.
Correct.
So we are averaging in zeros
Correct.
if it's missing.
Correct.
Something I haven't seen in this, and I know you mentioned it going back to the AR, but we haven't discussed tonight at least the submission of assignments and the timely submission of assignments.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's something that we had asked Dr. P to address earlier in a board meeting. And I just wanted to hear more about that piece of this.
Currently, our teachers set their own deadlines. Most of them set it as at the end of the unit of instruction, that they have to have all of that work for that amount of whatever those assignments are. That was the recommendation from the committee, for many of the teachers that were on the committee, to have that formalized, because again, we're inconsistent with that. Every teacher sets their own. That is something that is often used as guardrails on school districts that have minimum grading as 50 as the floor, of having that as a guardrail. So ultimately, the committee recommended of continuing that and having that formalized in the process. So it's not just every teacher doing something different.
Are we going through the AR right now? Because they're, I thought it was
It's
under
under,
L?
so it's part of the reassessment. So the other piece to this that has come up numerous times is that our reassessment, our reteaching and our reassessment part does not, our policy does not align to our instructional process. We've talked at length about how students might not do a formative because it has 30% weight. Because they're not participating in formatives, they're not adequately prepared to do a summative at the end, and they know that they have the ability to retake that. There's a lot of problems to that. Now, unfortunately, that is not part of this policy. So adding this to the policy, which was something that the committee was pretty much unanimous on, would also open up that policy. So I'm just trying to let the board know that this is tied to policy 9.38 on the instructional process. There's significant research in the science of learning. You may recall that we had that training in November with our staff that received a lot of positive feedback. And that is to encourage that students along the way, similar to elementary, that we are able to assess smaller amounts of work in a formative, and then a teacher can address it there versus at the end with the summative. This would encourage that. So what the recommended policy was to apply reassessments only to formatives instead of summatives. So to reverse that policy that we have now, to flip it, because our policy does not align with our instructional process. A student who earns anything below a C- would be eligible for at least one reteaching and reassessment. So this would be, for an example, like a small quiz that's leading up to a test. What we want our students to engage in those smaller formatives, which we hear sometimes they are not because of the weight issues and also because they know they can retake a summative. By knowing that they cannot retake a summative now, we're hoping that we're encouraging our students to engage more in their formatives, which would also help our teachers be able to identify problems along the way, address them in smaller amounts of time, smaller units, versus having to reteach an entire unit, which is what's happening now and is not very successful. So this is flipping that process of that only pertaining to formatives. We had some committee members, teachers primarily, who felt very strongly that in some cases they might want a student to retake it more than once. If it's a key skill in math, we don't want to just glaze over that and move on. We want to make sure that they know that because we're building. So we did add language that at the teacher's discretion, they may actually reteach and retest more than once. Additionally, this is also more conducive to our schedule right now with our flex block. Students sometimes are using FlexBlock to check in with teachers. If they are doing that for smaller assessments versus waiting for an entire unit to reteach and be reassessed on, it's not really conducive to do that in 30 minutes, where this would. So the whole process is to encourage students and teachers to be able to check progress along the way in formatives. If there's an issue, reteaching and reassessment. So that is the recommended policy addition to our grading policy, which would then also impact 9.38 instructional process.
I think that the students who earn a C-, they have an opportunity to retake it. And then at the bottom, it says, students are, the second to the last paragraph, students are eligible to receive the maximum score on reassessment in order to reflect students' most recent performance. I think we need to look at that, because if a student gets a 75 or 70 and they can retake it, what about the kid that gets a 78? They can get the maximum. I don't think that's reflective of what they know. If they're taking it the second time and they can get 100% on it, with the kid that gets a 80, are they allowed to redo it? Is everybody allowed to do reassessments here? I think this is, I know I was on the committee. After just digesting everything, I'm almost thinking, like, you get what you get. Take the test, that's a snapshot in time, that's what you know at that time. And if kids are failing or not doing well, the teacher, that's where the teacher and student come in the relationship, and teachers do give students graces. I understand the process is we want the students to learn, so that's why the retesting goes. I get that, and I like that. And my kids benefit from that. So I'm speaking like, I don't know about this, but I think that's going down a slippery slope. How many retests are we going to give?
I actually agree with you coming from the different angle. I think that reassessment is so important and so vital to showing that they have mastered the standard and understand the content and move on. And where I think that I have heard of kids struggling is when teachers don't do that reassessment and just say, okay, done and dusted, that unit's over, we're moving on to the next one. I don't really care that you haven't demonstrated to me that you understand. We're going to build on what you were supposed to know, and we're moving on because we have to, because the curriculum says, and we have to. And then your student has fallen behind, has no opportunity to catch up, won't do well on the next assignments that build on what you have learned. So that is where I feel like reassessment is so important for the student to demonstrate that they understand to themselves and to the teacher, to say, okay, I've got this concept, now I can build on this, we're going to keep going. I don't like at all the limiting factor, only students who earn below a blah, blah, blah can do the blah, 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 because 1 point difference, kind of like you're saying, if you got a C-, you can take it, but what if you got just a C? The person who got the C- now can get a 100, and the person who got a C is stuck with their 72,
Well, that's at teacher discretion. So depending on the assignment. So
then that becomes inconsistent.
So with principal oversight. So we don't have that now in our policy. So
I think that this reassessment part should be relooked at. I think that we're all coming from the same perspective. I think that, I see Ms. Beatty nodding back here.
So we actually would like them to have reassessment in everything. I agree with that, because that is encouraging learning, assignment being retaught and reassessed, because at the end, these students are taking state assessments that if we just skip and move on, they're not engaging in reteaching. I agree 100% with that. What we're recommending is what is based off of the committee, and the committee has lots of perspectives. And I think where secondary is really challenging is that there are a wide variety of content areas. And when you say that it's open for all, you have to consider some of the outlier content areas like CTE, where it's performance-based, and it could be very difficult for a CTE teacher to implement a reassessment of something that's performative in CNA or auto tech. So the committee, the teachers primarily on the committee, felt it was important to have some guardrails with that so that it wasn't abused, because you also have to think about that slippery slope with our students. If they know they can retake everything, we want to also encourage them to have some of that intrinsic motivation to study, to learn those skills. So that's why there was a cutoff. That's why there were some guardrails with it. I would like actually for reassessment on everything informatives, personally, but this is reflective of what the majority of the committee has recommended.
I hear that. I did ask my students what they thought they are doing in the reassessments there, and the feedback that I got from kids in this, and I would be curious your take on this, was that the way that the AP classes currently do it works really well. It makes a lot of sense that they all seem to have gotten together and come up with their own system, and that you can retake summatives but not formatives ever for up to a certain amount of credit, no matter what your grade is. I think you can get 50% of the points you missed back, something like that. Anyway, I think our students are very well spoken on this about reassessment. When I ran this whole policy by my own children, this was the part that they lit up on and had a lot of commentary. So I'd be curious your thoughts on the two of you on reassessment in general.
I know in some of my AP courses, like the policy for my AP biology course last year was that you could get 10% back. So say you got a 75, you could get to an 85. And what you had to do to get that credit was to go through the questions that you missed and explain why you got it wrong and what the correct answer was, which I think is a good way to actually relearn the topic and get better as you progress through the course. And overall, I agree with reassessment done in the right way, because you're actually relearning the topics to build on, like in a math course that like was mentioned. If you don't understand part of the smaller formula and then you try to build up to a more complex formula that involves steps from a previous one, but you don't understand that, you're going to be completely left behind trying to learn two formulas at the same time. So I do agree with the reassessment policies.
I would also caution the board of only thinking about our high achieving students when we think about reteaching and reassessment, because those students are usually typically already engaged in the instructional process. And we need to think about all students and what's going to engage all of our students as well. So I hear all of that feedback. I was an AP teacher. I understand that. I had my own model also, because AP teachers do have to consider they're usually testing based off of a standardized test. So it is not uncommon for an AP teacher to have their own model. And I think that's something we could work out amongst our two high schools, right? Those are, again, some of our outliers. What we're trying to do is have something that is consistent for the majority of our classes, and something that will engage all of our students in that reteaching and reassessment if there is an indication that there's a problem.
So
I
speaking,
also, go ahead.
Okay, speaking along those lines, I'm having challenges with the concept of under the teacher's discretion, just because it doesn't seem like it's aligned, consistent throughout and equitable throughout. And so I would much rather see the discretion come with the entire curriculum and not just the individual teacher.
I agree, actually. That is something that we've talked a lot about in our teaching and learning department, that because of those different situations depending on the curriculum, I 100% agree. That part of it personally made me uncomfortable with the discretion, but again, that was what the consensus of the committee at the time had reported.
Well, I think we have to keep in mind, too, our teachers do know our students. So I'm sure that they would have that in mind when it came to any discretionary.
So that was why we added with having some language with principal oversight, because our hope was if principals are aware, for example, of what was mentioned in AP, I would assume that in those cases, those ACP teachers who have come up with a model, they would run that by Dr. DeVerick and Mr. Stoker and the curriculum supervisors. And if that's something that works within our system, then that's appropriate. We're being consistent. There's oversight there by the principal. Where we do want to not, we want to avoid the teacher in algebra across the hall does one thing and I'm the algebra teacher and I do something different. We are trying to avoid that.
With all due respect, how is a principal going to have consistent review over students when they have 1,000 students?
Well, right now they have to review all of the grade books as it is in our policy of looking at that, and they do divide that amongst their teams. It is very challenging. When I was at Easton High School, I was responsible for grade levels, and it is hard to look at that holistically for every student, but we do have to put some of that responsibility on our teachers that they are following that policy. But really what that would look like is if they were going to do that, like the situation in AP, that would be ran by the principal instead of a principal doing that spot checking. Because I agree, if they have 1,200 students, they cannot check that for every individual student.
I would also add that we determined as a D+ as being the appropriate threshold based on our current policy right now is a 69 or lower is eligible for summative reassessment. And what we are suggesting with the formative piece is that when a student goes for correctives, goes for reassessing, they can earn up to a 79%. What that doesn't tell me as a parent, and I am a parent of 3 teenagers as well, is what portion of the content did the student master and is secure in. With our proposed reassessment, reteaching policy, there would be more transparency in that. Because also in the AR is that there needs to be a number of formative assessments that clearly align to the summative assessment. So me as a parent, I can look at the grade book and I can see Shannon is secure in analyzing tone, she's not so secure in analyzing character. The summative comes around, I should be able to determine of that summative assessment where learning took place or where there are misconceptions. And our hope is that those misconceptions are addressed prior to that culminating summative assessment.
I also think, like, talking about that, there needs to be a date on there. Reassessment must occur prior to the associated culminating summative assessment. Sometimes the summative assessment might not be until 4 weeks.
That's a wonderful point, and thank you for bringing that up, because also included in the AR is some guidance around, as we have heard from families and educators and administrators, is that our grade books are not updated in a timely fashion consistently. That doesn't mean that many educators are not doing it, but what we heard, particularly from parents that sit on our committee, is that a formative goes into the grade book, the next day a summative goes into the grade book, which is a corresponding of similar content. There is zero opportunity for student after that formative grade goes in prior to the summative for there to be any reteaching, and that formative did not provide any additional insights to families, to students, to teachers as to how can I stop and adjust my instruction to support student growth in that standard prior to the summative. So in the AR, which I think you all have copies of, you will see that we do give additional guidance on that piece.
Right now, the AR is not currently in diligence. I have seen it. I've seen it for 3 weeks now, but I feel like it might be pertinent to look at it.
I agree. I was not under the, I wasn't under the impression that that wasn't provided to you ahead of time.
And it could be because we had some problems with diligent tonight, but it's not in diligent right this minute. And I think that in order to even consider moving this forward, we need to dig into the AR.
Understood.
On another
Function
note,
of having to cancel the work session due to weather, I think.
on another note, when you, looking at what your child knows and doesn't know, I would just like to bring this up is, because I think, we can call the grades what we want them to, 4s, 90s, 3.8, but what are our students learning and how do we know what they're learning? So we need to make our environment, optimal in the school system, in the school. And as parents, we're not seeing much of what our children bring home. We don't see any formatives, we don't see summatives. If we could somehow get those copies in our hands to see what they're doing, to see their progress. I know that summatives are state tests, they're not allowed to leave the classroom. What can we do so parents can see their work, or their kids' work?
So we did hear that, and I am also a parent of 2 children, so I understand that also. And one of the, that is a challenge because we do have copyright issues with a lot of our curriculum, so we aren't able to. The other problem is you have to consider that we have semester classes where students are savvy, they can share copies. So that is another reason why we don't always print things. However, what we addressed in the committee was instead addressing this with our curriculum supervisors, teaching and learning, and our administrators of having a more uniform naming convention in our grade book. Sometimes the grades we have might be something that is not super specific. It might, if it's a project or whatever the topic is, but to align more with the elementary of having that specific standards base, competency base, we need to have some more consistency of what the actual grade is reported in the labeling in PowerSchool. And that's something that we can do beyond the AR. It's just having some better guidance for our teachers, especially in our core content areas where, again, we have multiple teachers teaching that same course that might label it differently. So we do need to have a better, more uniform naming convention in secondary.
Can I just give a shout out to, there are some teachers, I want to say particularly at the middle school level, who do a really excellent job of naming their assignments and then explaining what they are, and then elaborating how your child did on those particular assignments. And as a parent who is not seeing that work, it comes home more at middle school than it does at high school. But that is so helpful and just a really shining point of where some of our teachers are really excelling. Just couldn't let that point go without making sure that it is seen and noted.
So I know it's a long presentation, but where we're at with this, our next steps was that this spring we would present to teachers and conduct a needs assessment. So our plan, and this is for both elementary and secondary, and this has not been a secret with our staff, we have encouraged our committee members, although it's confidential in our agreement of our discussion because, you know, it could be, everyone has strong feelings and opinions based off of their own personal experiences with grading. Like everyone comes in with their own perspective and lens. So we wanted that to be confidential, but there were often times where we told our committee members to a specific topic, like reassessments, like the 40 and 60 split, where we asked them to do some homework and go to their colleagues and get some feedback, come back to the team. Our committee represented various content, schools, grade levels. So many of our teachers have heard it. The elevator pitch, I've tested it myself on some teachers when I've gone to schools of what do you think about this? It's not perfect yet for a family. I recognize I'm doing that with a teacher who has a different lens, but we have thought through that. So we wanted to go to schools to formally present it this spring and then conduct a needs assessment of those teachers of what they would need for support going forward. The level of need is going to be different based off of experience and also, you know, elementary and secondary. A third grade teacher might have a heavier lift with this versus a kindergarten teacher based off of where we're at. So that would allow us to do some more specific differentiated professional learning between now and next school year so that we could support our teachers. We also have to do some work with configuring PowerSchool for both of those models. So that is going to be a lift with our TCEC staff and planning our professional learning needs throughout the whole year to align to supporting these models. So, you know, we understand that it's different. We really wanted to address all of the perspectives that have come into this and find a creative solution that does what's best for our students. And I agree with Mr. Neild, it's not going to always be 100%. And we have tried lots of different scenarios, and there are some scenarios we can't avoid because of things out of our control. Like the 20% for a final, we can't do anything about that, that's COMAR. for the weight for that. But we're trying to take what we can within our control and make it something that addresses the concerns that we've heard and still supports our students. So that ultimately was the goal of the committee and what we feel is what has been produced from this.
Are we going over the AR again? Because
The AR is scheduled to be in first reader next month. So we took the key components of the AR and then attached it. I also gave a one-pager that has notes to simplify this more, of kind of a cheat sheet of a summary, elementary and then secondary. Where are we? What was the feedback we received? How are we addressing that feedback? And what are our desired outcomes? So that was also provided, I believe, to you as a kind of a cheat sheet to this. That's something that we probably could use to build off of for communicating to our families. But the AR is final. Well, it is the final draft that we have so far after it's been through policy committee and equity committee and various departments at TCEC. That is our most recent draft that is ready for your review.
yeah, because it was under L, and there was no mention of due date. It just said up until the summative. So that's what we need to work on that, I think.
I think we could request that the policy go back to policy committee after this discussion. I think we brought up some points that they could review it again before we see it in first reader, and then we see it in first reader and we have the opportunity to look at the policy itself and the AR, which now comes with it, before it comes back again in second reader, which should be a polished policy.
And I would also like to see, in order for parents to know what's going on with their child's learning, a mention of homework. And I know we're not grading homework, but to give a value to homework that goes home every night. I mean, there can't be enough emphasis on the practice and the tenacity you build as you are doing homework, to sit there and struggle with some work and to go through it. And it's just a skill that we need for our students to do all the way through. I mean, elementary, fine, do 5 minutes of homework, reading every night. It's so important for these kids to develop these skills, memorizing facts. I think that we've come away from, to go back and do that. And as a way to communicate to parents what we're doing in class.
So homework is actually not part of the grading policy. It's part of, I believe, the instructional process. So that is a totally separate policy. So I guess where we're at as a committee, I hear that the board's recommending or requesting that we go back to the policy committee, but I just want to make sure I'm clear on what the recommendations are that we take to the policy committee for review, for change. I did write a few notes on the policy itself, but I just want to make sure I'm clear that I understand what I'm bringing back to the policy committee.
I know I wouldn't be clear either. I'm really not clear on what we're asking for that's different from what they've proposed.
Well, without being able to look at the AR as they were going through, it's hard to specifically say the parts that would like to be looked at again. I just want policy committee to review it, given the feedback that the board has shared, the questions that we've asked, see if there are ways to answer some of what we have asked, and asked specifically about due dates around formative policy. Is there a way to go back and look at it again before it comes through to the board?
So is that more about the AR on reassessment? Some of the questions that we asked around that?
Reassessment, deadlines, just to name a few.
Those are the main, what I've heard is reassessment and deadlines.
So for my clarity, you would want the policy committee's feedback on their opinion of policy, or on a policy on reassessment and deadlines? Do you want just for me to open that up for their opinion, or do you want me to draft an edited version of what we have? In other words, what we have right now is for a student who scores below a C. Does the board want that to be revised and go to the policy committee, or do you want their feedback of where they stand with that topic?
Board members, if I could, I've been listening very closely. I think you really want to discuss this a little bit more at another meeting before it goes back to their committee to make any recommendations. I couldn't tell you what you want. I have no idea. I know that you have a lot of questions, and they're all good questions, but I don't think that there's any firm directive to them. So my recommendation would be to look at this again as a group, like you're doing tonight, because they don't know. I don't know.
If we are going to do that, we should look at the policy as a whole and with the AR accompaniment. And for myself, I don't know if I can speak for the rest of the board on this, but I would really like to see a one-pager to explain to parents the 2-hour presentation that we got. I don't feel comfortable moving forward with this policy unless I know that it is something that can be understood, digested, easily explained to, have the community wrap its arms around it. My intent for this whole process was to work together as an entire community to come up with something that we could all stand behind. And if we can't understand it, I don't see how anybody can stand behind it. So that would be what I'm looking for my next step. I don't know. I mean, again, everybody else, please
I
feel
think
free to chime in.
that'd be a really helpful suggestion. And then also maybe along with that, something like what a sample report card would look like under the new system.
Okay.
Hopefully my suggestion with the policy itself was very
Yes,
clear.
that was
Okay.
very clear, thank you. Okay. So we will, just for my clarity, it's been a long evening, a one-pager for our families that explains this, that's family-friendly, and a sample report card. Okay.
And to go over the full AR and policy. Go over the full AR.
Okay, understood. I think we talked about all of this already, so I'll just skip that. But this was the goal of our committee, and just tying it back to, the beliefs that were in our policy was what we wanted to tie the AR back to. So I think we've gone through all of this, so.
Thank you for being here this evening, members of the committee. Thank you for your work. I know this has been many months of work. I know it's a really late night. I know we bombarded you with questions. So thank you for all of it and putting up with us. We appreciate you a lot. Before we move on, I just want to offer to our students, it has gotten really late. I know there are driving curfews and I don't want to get anybody in trouble. So if you guys want to head out, that is totally fine. We just have a couple more business things to attend to. Don't feel like we're rushing you out of here. Stay if you want to, but also I, am a parent. So I would want to see you heading home soon.
Thank you.
Get good grades tomorrow.
Okay, and while everybody is leaving, we're going to move on to our personnel report. Dr. Horsey.
Good evening. I would like to ask the board to approve the personnel report as presented in closed session.
Move to approve the personnel report as discussed in closed session.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Next up, we have our monthly budget update with Mrs. Jones.
The highlight of the evening. I know we've all been waiting for this, but I am happy to report we are generally on track in all areas. To let the board know, schools and departments have, for the most part, a cutoff deadline at the end of this month where they need to have the majority of their spending done. And that will help me through the month of April determine sort of where we're ending up in all of our budget categories, where we may have savings or we may have overages. So I'll report that to you in May. In terms of our revenues, we're on track. We will be under budget in our state revenues, probably in the area of about $325,000 less, and that's because there's an expense reimbursement in that line item, and the expense itself is going to come in probably in excess of $500,000 under budget. So we've seen that many years where, and that's for our non-public student tuition reimbursement. So if we underspend our expense line item, then we also come in under on the revenue side. Other than that, our revenues are on track, and in general, our categories are all within budget. There will be in May, some specific line items within departments that we might need to shuffle around a little bit.
And they left when there was good news.
I know.
Do we know when Martha and Clay are going to let us know about our budget request for the next school year?
I believe historically we've gotten a rough draft. I mean, we know from the initial budget introduction from a week ago what they put in for us, which was basically minimum local share. That's it. We'll get a letter, I think 1st of May, that will say, here's tentatively what we've now decided to put together in the budget, and then we'll get our final appropriation around the 1st of June.
Any other questions for Mrs. Jones tonight? Okay, thank you very much. And finally, we have our superintendent's update.
I'm going to speed through this really quickly. Just things that are happening. Read Alliance at Easton Elementary School, partnership that we have with SMRC, BAM, Talbot Mentors, where we have teens teaching and going through reading skills with our elementary students and getting paid for that. CTE Education Month was last month in February, so those are pictures representing that. Easton High School Career Fair took place on March 5th. MSEA, Maryland State Education Association, so they gave book donations for Read Across America Week. Maintenance Worker Appreciation Day took place on March 6th. Talbot County 4-H, and you did hear one of the students that gave public comment who was a part of that, their Development Achievement Program that took place at Easton High School, and Ms. Cherry there has a club that was represented that evening. Ms. Warner, who was appointed to the Accountability and Implementation Board that took place again last month, which is part of the Maryland Blueprint. So congratulations to her. March is National Social Work Month, so we celebrated our school social workers, our Support Staff of the Year nominees, which we will be finding out at our big celebration, and our Teacher of the Year nominees are there. And then our upcoming events. We still have another weekend for the Wizard of Oz play. I was able to see that. Not only that play, but the play that the Descendants at St. Michael's just shows the abilities that our students have, not only in the academics, but for the arts, for all of the hard work that goes into what they do for that. And just want to thank the committee that presented and asked next month when we do any kind of discussion to make sure we have committee members listed so we can recognize all who took part of that work. And it just speaks to, I guess, the creativity of still having teacher autonomy, but also the creativity and not boxing ourselves into what was and what has been, but thinking what is possible and what can be as far as keeping the learning focused on students and what students know and are able to do, and for that learning. So I just want to thank the committee for that work.
Okay, board member remarks. I'm going to start over here with Mrs. Bridges.
I'd just like to thank you all for all your hard work, and I know there's a lot that went into it and a lot still to go into it, and I just really appreciate all your hard work. We'll get there. It's just a long process. I really appreciated that little girl coming to talk to us tonight about the egg. I was a farmer for many years, and we had 10,000 chickens. It's quite an adventure, and I think kids learn so much about life from the very beginning, and it's very important that we share that with our students, especially being from an agricultural community. Come out right. So thank.
Ms. O'Connor?
Yeah, thank you, grading committee, and it was a ton of work and everything you've done, and Mr. Neild, I know he's gone, but that was a crazy amount of numbers he put together. He didn't show it all here, but he did show us in the committee's meetings. So I know it's just so much work, and then we can't hear like lambasting it, but it's not. That's not meant for that. But we all want to rise. We all want to rise above, and we will get there, right, Mrs. Bridges? So thank you.
Ms. Dodson?
Also, thank you to all the work everyone puts in. I also want to recognize our very talented students for their senior class plays. I was able to take in The Wizard of Oz this past weekend. Fantastic. Go see it. I also have to give my annual reminder of World Down Syndrome Day, which is this Saturday. Down syndrome occurs when a person has 3 copies of the 21st chromosome. That's why we celebrate World Down Syndrome Day on 3/21. And chromosomes look like socks under a microscope, so wear your crazy socks to support those families that have a loved one with Down syndrome, and we thank you for doing that.
Ms. Whelan-Cherry?
So thank you to the grading committee. Some of us probably need a math class after that. But anyway, good luck to the NJROTC with the aerial drone trip. I hope they win. Bring back a trophy so we can have a nice picture. And Isla is my 4-H kid, and I am so glad and proud of her. I might cry because I'm exhausted, and she was fantastic.
Ms. Jarius?
Just to echo, thank you so much. All the work that's gone into the grading committee. I just got to sit on a few of the last meetings, and I could see how much care and work and thought and expertise and knowledge was brought to this. And I know we still have more work that we want to do, but so much has gone into it to this point, and I really appreciate the creativity and the intelligent thought that has been contributed to looking at this in a new way. I also wanted to commend the St. Michael students for the Descendants School musical. That was wonderful, and I'm really looking forward to The Wizard of Oz this weekend.
Ms. Strawberry?
Again, just wanted to recognize all of the committee work that's done and all of the district who has shown your leadership throughout, just making sure that all of those committees are doing the work, it's presented clearly and thoroughly, and bringing it back here, which shows bravery. Outside of that, I also wanted to recognize little Miss Henderson, who was here, and the other gentleman who came and gave public comment. That's very helpful to the board. I also wanted to take the time to recognize both Elmer and Tyler. Tyler, who was a part of Descendants, did a very great job, as well as everyone else who was a part of that cast. And Elmer also achieved an academic award a few weeks ago, so I wanted to make sure I acknowledged him as well. I was present for that. And thank you, all of the board members who share the same sentiments on what we're really trying to achieve for our students.
I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight. It was nice to see a full room. As usual, it's nice to get some public comment from our youngest members and from anybody who wants to speak. And thank you again to the committee for all your work. I know it can be a lot of back and forth, but that's how we get to the better, higher places, by asking all of the obnoxious questions. So thank you for putting up with us. And we appreciate everything that everybody is doing in all of our committees, because there's a lot of committees doing a lot of work behind the scenes. Thank you, everybody who is still out there, who stuck with us this far. I hope everybody has a good night and a safe drive home, and we'll see you next month. Ms. Bridges?
I move that we close this meeting.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Good night, everybody.